In 200 feet, turn right. Drive north.
All right, everyone.
In 200 feet, turn right.
Good morning. This is, have you turned your clocks forward today? Yeah. This is spring forward day here.
Turn right, then turn right.
This is the, you spring forward your clocks. Today, even though Purdue is already entered with Iowa's disqualification yesterday, today we ask a legitimate question since we're talking about time and springing forward. And today's question is this. If you were given one opportunity, and I mean just one opportunity, to go back in time and talk to your younger self about a decision that you made at a certain time that you wish you could take back, what year and why? That's the question. What year and why? All right, let's turn this around here so you can see where we're going, because you can't really see me that well, but we can see the road here. I've got a $7 Dunkin' order with me right now. So welcome in to those of you that are here. Yeah, I will pin that question here. The next place I go, I'll be able to use my other phone and I'll pin that question on there because it's a very legitimate question that the times that we are going through right now, and I'm bringing this up for a very, very important reason, because there's a work that I'm going to reveal pretty soon. Because I think if there was this work that we needed to take a look at, it is this one that I'm going to show you here, because with the times that we're living in, especially with uncertainty that we're living in right now, basic uncertainty, we need to really ask ourselves that question, because it has to do with one particular word and one particular topic that some people really have a lot of trouble with. Hello there, Marines Army Mom. Welcome in. There's Indy. Never turn 18. Yeah, Indy, this is all yours. I mean, we're still doing it in Greensburg today. There was a choice. We could have done it anywhere, but I just want to see if they would have beat Iowa anyway. That's the reason why I did it this way. And we're starting with $7. That's not bad for Greensburg on a Sunday morning. Not bad at all. So that we're at least getting started. But yeah, Big Dog, welcome in. Yeah, welcome in, Big Dog. We're starting here with a minute, but that's the question of the day, guys. Okay, the question of the day: if you were given one chance to go back in time to a time, because we're talking about time today and springing forward. They would have said, well, for springing forward, I mean, what would, could we go into the future? Well, sure you could if you wanted to, if you wanted to see what it was like. But the thing is, our future is whatever we make it, not what someone says that it is. We make our own future. That's why I said going back in time, if there was a decision that you made that you wish you could take back, or go back in time to talk to your younger self to not make that decision, what year and why? You're finishing up your day? Oh. Well, Big Dog, you're kind of in the... you got to be 4 years more older to be in here. Yep, Ma Dukes is here. Yep, yeah. When Ma's here, yeah, you have to be 18 to be in here, Big Dog. I apologize for that, but that is the rules. Now, my rule, that's YouTube rules, okay? And we have to follow YouTube rules, especially for those in my position. I won't say what that is, but But yeah, that's YouTube rules. Snacky T, welcome in, Snacky T. Yeah.
Turn left onto East Washington Street.
I've been waiting for you, Snacky T. I don't know basically how to get it. Well, appreciate you joining. Hey, quiet. Was it you would bet cocaine was good? Well, we don't really want to talk about something that that's harmful for people. So I won't really want to talk about that. All right, before we continue anymore, let me go ahead and drop this off to this customer, and I shall return. Okay, there's our first $7. All right. Yeah. Trish, you were waiting for me? Well, yeah, because I didn't know exactly, you hadn't been on for a while, Snacky, but let's see, what dash was it? Trying to think of what dash it was. Maryland dash or something like that. Yeah, it was the Maryland dash. Yeah, Finney. I said, "Oh, welcome in." Yeah, Snacky, you were given a gifted membership, and you won one of my you were drawn as a winner. So, and since you hadn't been on for a while, I wanted to see how we could get you your winnings. I think it was the Maryland dash or the dash that was before that you won. Okay. Yeah, so you were a winner on one of those drawings. So that's what that was one of the reasons why, now that you're on here, I just thought I would tell you that. So you can only tip $3. I said, okay, well, I mean, like I said, everybody, all customers, you tip whatever, that you feel. I mean, I know that there's a lot of dashers out there that would say, well, we, can turn down that offer too if they know that there's only $3, because there's some do. DoorDash can take care of the rest. Well, unfortunately, American taxpayer, DoorDash only gives $2 base pay. So if you're going to ask a dasher, if you're going to tip $3 and like say be $5, but if you're asking them to go anywhere in the neighborhood of double-digit miles, more than likely, most of those dashers are going to turn that order down, because they're not going to, they don't want to get any less than $1 a mile. Most of them, I would say, unless they were in a position to where they needed to, keep from dropping a tier or something like that. Yeah, that was what it is. Okay. JJJJ, I'm sorry, but we cannot discuss politics on this channel. Okay, we do not discuss politics on this channel. I will say, though, there is something I'm going to be bringing up later on, but like I said, we got to keep politics out of it. And the reason why we keep politics out of it is because we don't want to cause division here. Okay. Even though the things that are going on right now, guys, there is stuff that we've got to think about. And that's the reason why I'm kind of glad that Iowa got out last night, because now this gives me an opportunity to discuss something important, especially with things that are going on at this moment. Because right now we are living in times of uncertainty. And that's why that question is asked today, of the times of uncertainty, because I'm going to be bringing up a very important word today that I think everybody should think about. Because if we're living in uncertain, to me, that means the uncertainty is no one is promised tomorrow. No one is promised their next birthday because of the uncertainty that we're living in. And that's why I brought this question up today, because I think it's something that we need to think about. And I'm about to show a very good work here in just a minute to let you guys see something, to get you to put your thinking caps on and think about where you are right now. Are you where you are? Are you happy where you are? Because if you're not, was there a decision that you made that put you in that position to where you aren't happy, or your things aren't going that great for you? Because if you're in that position, if someone like Doc Brown came up to you and there was a train sitting there like his train, and the question was asked to you, was there a decision that you made at a certain time in a certain year that you wish you could take back and see what your life would be like had you not made that decision? What year and why? Yeah. Okay, First Amendment. Okay, in a way, we're kind of getting into politics, American taxpayer. We really should not do that, okay? Okay, I'm just, giving you fair on that. So let me go ahead and I'm going to show you guys something here. Now, when I turn this over, yeah, Rude gets removed. It said, I don't speak of politics on your channel either. I don't go live very often. Okay, but guys, you see, but Snacky, I am going to have to get with you on that because you did win, and I need to go through that with you. I'm trying to remember what it was, but yeah, I think it was each day with Dean you got a membership on my gifted membership for a certain time, and because you were given that gifted membership, you won the drawing. So yeah, so I'll have to get with you on that. All right, well, what I'm going to do here while we're waiting on the next order is I'm going to go ahead and show you this. Okay, now it's backwards, okay, but if you were to turn it around, this book here is called Redeeming Your Timeline. Okay, it's by Troy Brewer, okay? Now, the reason why I brought that up is because if someone had asked you that question, about going back in time and changing something, what would it be and why? Because, of course, we all know that we cannot go back in time and change anything. Okay, there's no possible way that we can do it. But there is something that we can do. Oh, there's Maz. Okay, welcome to Three Treasures One. Remember, okay, yeah, all right, Maz in, okay. Thank you, Ma, appreciate that. Here, let's give a cheer for Ma for joining. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Yeah. Let's do Ma a cheer, yes. All right. Thank you very much, Ma, appreciate it. Yeah. I like that. Football fan, hey. Well, I have 3 cats. The meow would be okay, football fan. Okay, I don't have dogs, used to, but yeah, but I don't have those now. But anyway, but yeah. Okay, well, we're not. We're kind of getting a little bit, getting a little out of hand here. So yeah, we can't do that. So yeah, you're getting a little out of hand. So sorry, I got to do that to you, but I appreciate you joining. But anyway, I'm just saying, guys. With that, with me bringing that up today and that legitimate question. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead here and I'm going to pin that question up here while I'm discussing it. And the reason why, like I said, I'm bringing it up is because it's going to get into one thing. Because with times of uncertainty right now, we don't know what's going to happen at any time. And when I brought it up at the very beginning of the year and the end of last year with the USC dash at the end of the year and the Illinois dash at the beginning of the year, I brought up some really important stuff. And the reason is because I had said at the beginning of this year that we really needed to prepare. And with what's going on right now, we've had some weird stuff go on here in this 2+ months. We've had some crazy weather that some people thought that we weren't going to get, but we've had some really crazy weather. Our gas prices now have soared to levels to which, we don't know if they're going to come down anytime soon. And we got ourselves involved in something that we don't know how long it's going to be or how bad it's going to get. And guys, I said at the beginning of the year that this was going to be a year that you need to prepare. And have we prepared? Because if we haven't, now's the time. And that's why I asked that question, because that question is going to bring up one very important word that everybody needs to think about, even if it's something that you feel you cannot do. Let me go ahead and post this question up here real quick while I do that. The reason why I put that up today was because If you think about it and you want to go back and change that decision, even though you can't do it, what would it be? Because there's one thing that you got to do with that decision that you made. And that is you have to forgive yourself. You have to forgive yourself and forgive those that were involved in that decision that you made. Even if it was a decision that put you in a really bad spot, or it put you in a bad spot for a while that you got out of. Forgiveness is very essential, and it's something that we really need to think about. Because, there is a spiritual law that says if you cannot forgive, you yourself will not be forgiven. Now, I hate to say that, but it's a spiritual law, guys. It's essential. You got to do it. That's why I brought that book up, Redeeming Your Timeline. That's why I asked that question today. If there was a year, if there was one day of a particular year that you wish that you could take back, a decision that you could take back, when was it? What would it be and why? What would you, if you were able to go back in the train and go back in time, what would you change? What would you tell your younger self? Forgive, but it doesn't mean you forget. I'm not saying, well, Lift Nation, if you have to forget it. I mean, there's some things that we can't forget. There was things that were done to me that's hard to forget. Yes, it is. I said, you can't. Not saying that you have to forget. Okay, I'm not saying that. But forgiving is the most important, essential part of that. Because, like I said, the spiritual law is if you cannot forgive, even yourself, you yourself will not be forgiven. And you have to get to the point to where you have to learn to forgive yourself, especially with this uncertainty right now. Yeah. Grandpa, huh? Let's see. Well, hey, I have an 8-year-old grandson, so, well, not 8 yet, but he will be. So, spiritual law? Yes, spiritual law. I bring up a lot of spiritual laws, Luke Will. It's a spiritual law that says if you can't forgive, you yourself will not be forgiven. There's also other ones, spiritual laws that I bring up all the time. We reap what we sow, more than we sow, and later than we sow. That is a spiritual law as well. So, yeah. Let's see. Oh, made up rules. I said, no, they're not made up rules. Okay. What I'm bringing up is here, Luke Will, is the spiritual realm. There's a lot of people that don't believe in the spiritual realm, but I got news for you. The spiritual realm is real. Okay, it is real. Mm-hmm. Let me give you an example from last night. Okay. Even though I had an $8 order, that that was to Miller Avenue in Shelbyville for a shopping order that I did. And the shopping order I had to unassign because I was back and forth with a customer on a certain item that they wanted, and there was a substitute that I could have used. But then all of a sudden they decided that if they didn't want the original item, they decided they just wanted to go ahead and refund and not even use those substitutes. Well, at that point, I would first of all not exactly be telling the truth to DoorDash that that there was a substitute that was legit, but the customers just flat out told me, well, they can't use it even though it's legit. So I had to, so in a sense, it would have hurt my shopping rate tremendously, so I had to get rid of it. So I had to unassign the order, and because I had unassigned the order on the previous dash with no dirty stack or anything like that, that was a T. And so 2 T's, you're automatically out of the game. And so that was their second T that kicked them out of the playoffs. So they were no longer in it. But here's where the spiritual law comes in. Even though I lost that $8, okay, I got 2 Pizza Hut two Papa John's customer orders, a couple of orders next. Okay, so it's like this. Okay, after I dropped those 2 orders off, the second customer unexpectedly gave me a $10 tip. And that was after the tip was already included on the DoorDash. I got $10 extra from that customer. Now, what does that tell you? I got my $8 back plus $2 interest for the wrong that was done to me in that previous order. Don't think that the spiritual realm isn't real, guys, because it is. I mean, I see this stuff all the time. It's like, okay, well, you see this on the different platforms where it talks about, okay, you're in a marriage or in a relationship, and you think that it's cool to go out on Tinder and to get something that you're not getting from someone else. That's being taught today. But guys, there's consequences to that. The spiritual realm sees that, and they go to work because it is totally wrong to do something like that. That person was given to you at that time, or it was a decision that you made to be with that person. That person changed your life. And then you decide, because you're not getting what you want, that you got to go somewhere else, and then hurt that person that was given to you, or that you gave the choice, and those that are in your family. And you think that you can't get caught doing something like that. Well, like I said, the spiritual realm is always watching, guys. The spiritual realm is always watching, no matter what it is you do. This was even before cameras and everything were invented. The spiritual realm has always watched everything you do. Everything we say and do from day one is being recorded, guys. I've said that all along, and that's the spiritual realm. If the spiritual realm sees something that you're doing that is not right, then the spiritual realm is going to go to work, and they're going to find a way, and they're going to find a way, and they will too. They will find a way to tell the earthly realm what you've done. It will be found out, guys. I'm telling you, it will be found out. The spiritual realm does not play. And for those of you that think that it's not real, it is. The spiritual realm is the parent of the earthly realm. Just like you're saying, yeah. The spiritual realm will find a way to tell the earthly realm what's going on. Because I'm telling you guys, it's like I said, we reap what we sow, more than we sow, and later than we sow. If we sow destruction in someone's lives or our lives or whatever the case may be, the spiritual realm is going to see that, and the spiritual realm is going to go to work, and it's going to happen to you at some point at a time that you least expect it, and a time to where it also may be worse than what you gave that other person. But the other way too, if you sow greatness into someone's life, or if you help someone, achieve something in life, like I do with my channel, getting those to 500 subscribers, 1,000 subscribers, or watch hours, or whatever thing here. Like I said, the spiritual realm also sees that. Because when you sow in someone's life and make that person's life better, the spiritual realm sees that, and what do? They go to work to find some way to which your life will be better. They will find some scenario or put some person in your life when you least expect it, when you're in a fix. That person's going to be given to you, and they're going to say, even though it won't be told to you, you will remember that day that you did something for somebody, and the spiritual realm rewarded you by you doing that. Just like it rewarded me yesterday for the wrong that was done to me in that shopping order. I was given that money back plus interest for that wrong, because the customer was wrong there by giving me a substitute, and then just talking out of both sides of their mouth. Okay, well, I don't want this anymore. So what does that do to me? Well, that would hurt my shopping rate immensely, and the spiritual realm knew that. So I had to unassign the order. So what did they do? They gave me $10 tip, $2, the $8 back plus interest. The spiritual realm rights wrongs, guys. Whether you're wrong or someone else is wrong to you, they right the wrong. And that's why I asked the question today. If there was a day that you wish that you could go back and change because of a decision that you made, whether it hurt you or someone else hurt you or whatever the case may be, if there was a day you could change, what day would that be? Okay. Yeah, we're not talking about religion here, Jose, or at least we're not really, it's not really based upon that. Yeah, religious. I mean, like I said, you're entitled to, to wherever you want to be. Okay. We live it, you have free will. You can decide whatever it is you want. You can take everything I say and say, well, I don't believe you. Okay, well, you don't have to believe me. You don't have to. I'm not saying that everybody has to. Okay. This is your, you see, everyone is entitled to their own opinion. And I say that all the time on this channel. You are entitled to your own opinion. Okay. And I value your opinion regardless of where you stand on certain things, but we don't bring up politics or, or religion on here, even though we're kind of going in one direction. But I don't speak directly on it because we don't need to. So you can manage PSD because it's more valuable. The memories come back sometimes and it sucks even after years. Okay. But my question to you on that is, well, Lift Nation, was there something that was done or some decision that you made? If there was something that you did, can there be some kind of, are you able to forgive any of that? Because like I said, guys, this is essential. Forgiveness is essential to do here. And that's the reason why I brought this question up today, is because we really need to think about it. It takes a lot to forgive. It really does. I mean, I've had stuff done to me to where it was hard for me to forgive, especially in 2003. Because I'm going to give you that scenario in 2003. We're talking about Tinder and all that stuff. This is what my former wife did. She thought she could have her cake and eat it too. She didn't like where the finances were going in our situation, and I was doing what I can. I was trying to find a different work. And then 2 weeks later, from the time that she made this decision, which I'm pretty sure she now regrets, she decided to go with some other guy because she couldn't wait 2 more weeks. So she, decided, okay, well, I said, I don't think you're going to, get yourself out of this. You're not going to get a job in time or whatever. So I'm going to take this. So I'm going to take this guy. Okay. Well, then what happened? Okay. So they come to my, my W-2 at that time, and I'm outside. My supervisor kind of comes out for a minute and, checks on things. And, she and her boyfriend at a time when we were still married, she said that, they both said, you have until the end of the year to get married or will not, or to get divorced, or it will not be pretty, because they too wanted to get married. And I said, okay, fine. You want to play this game, but this is what you want to do. You think this is the decision that you want. Okay, fine. I'll go ahead and give it to you, but you're not going to like what the outcome. And 3 years later, I found out, she didn't like the outcome. And why is that? I saw her panhandling on the street one day on a corner in a pretty good little neighborhood. And I looked at her and I asked her, what on earth are you doing? And she goes, well, I just got out of the hospital and, we don't have any money right now and all this kind of thing. She was really trying to defend herself on the decision that she was doing by doing that. And I said to her, so you're out here getting people to feel sorry for you because of the decision you made 3 years ago that put you out here. She's like, well, whatever you call it. And I told her, I said, so do you enjoy what you're doing? Hey, we got an order. Let's see what we got. Hold on here. Let's see. McDonald's. All right, it's going 10 miles. I think, yeah. Okay, well, I like the $9. I don't like the 10 miles, but I do like. But I will take the $9. I'd rather do that than have nothing. All right, so okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure that that the store isn't open, so I am going to have to go through the drive-through. So let me go ahead and go in there. I'm going to hit arrived at the store, but while I'm doing that, I'm going to go ahead and say that Say, you ever think you're wrong in life? It sounds corny, but dude, in scripture, dude, is crazy work, though. You've been in a 10-year relationship with Joe's meth over her kid and family's been 3 years. Okay, Garbage, I'm going to get to that because, there's a lot more to that story that I'm telling you. A lot more to that story. You got to listen to this, man. You really do. She made that decision, okay? And so anyway, I see her panhandling out there. She's still with the guy and living in a slum neighborhood, okay? And she's living in a slum neighborhood. And because I gave her a ride back instead of telling her, because I wanted to discuss all that stuff with her. And come to find out that with this guy, she gave up her son to foster care because of that decision that she made. She couldn't take care of him because of the things that happened with them.
Thank you for choosing McDonald's. Will you be using mobile app today?
No, actually, I have a DoorDash here. The last 3 is D8B.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead and pull up to the third window.
Third window. Okay, thank you. All right. Anyway. So yeah, she not only gave me up, but she gave up her son was 13 at the time. So she gave him up to foster care, all because this guy she thought was way better, that was going to make her life better. How do you think her son felt, that she chose a man over him? That changed his life too, because it was a decision. A decision she made. She could have kept the family together, but no. She decided to make that choice and think that the grass was greener on the other side. So, yeah. Yeah. Oh, I know. And it's even worse. And like I said, it gets even worse because I'm going to tell you. I told her, I said, when I saw all this stuff and I found out, I said, not only has your son lost respect for you, but I have too. If there was any amount of love that I still had for you, and I still did, because I kept thinking about her all the time, wishing that she didn't make that decision. But I told her, I said, you lost all respect from me. Okay, I'm just sitting here. I don't know. They said if I need to pick it up at the third one, or if he tells me I got to go over there, I'll just, go over there. That's the one thing. No one's paying attention to anything here, I guess. But we'll see. He said third window. Say 1, 2. Okay, but I want to make sure that, I want to make sure that they're going to give it to me, because I've sat here at the third window and I've before, or another window here, and then I had to go back. I had to back up and find out what was going on. So I got to make sure, that they tell me that again, because like I said, this is, they're not on the ball here at this place. Most of the McDonald's here, especially and in Shelbyville too, they're slow. And they're not efficient. They don't really know exactly what what's going on. Okay. Yeah. I have the DoorDash. So I have.
I need you to pull to the third window. It's going to be a minute on the cookies.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. I had to get clarification of that. Okay. So, all right. Okay. So there we go. All right. But I just wanted to let him know that I was there. But anyway, so getting back to her, like I said, she was still with the guy and everything. And then, I told her all that. I said, you lost my respect. Anything that I thought would be going with us, because I still cared about her. I told her, I said, I forgive you for all that. But after hearing all this and what you've done with yourself, you've lost my respect. And when you lost my respect, you've lost everything else with it. Because when you lose respect, you lose trust, because they go hand in hand. When you lose respect, you lose trust. And I'm pretty sure that's the way her son felt too. Then I come to find out later on, she spent time in jail. So I don't know what happened there, but as soon as I found that out, okay, we are totally done. And all of that came because of a decision that she made. Now, if this question was given to her, would she go back in time and change that decision knowing what happened? I don't know. I don't know. But this is why I say, guys, think before you do. You think the grass is greener on the other side? Look what she had to give up. She gave up a life with me. I was providing him, and I had a job. It wasn't the greatest job in the world, but at least I was providing, and we had a family that was still together. She chooses this guy. She can't take care of her son, so she gives him up. I really wondered how he felt when he knew she couldn't take care of him anymore. I really wonder how he felt. I'm sure he was hurt beyond the max that his own mother abandoned him because of a man that she chose over his previous stepfather, who cared about him and took care of him and had the same birthday as his dad. Yeah, my former stepson's birthday was the same day as my dad's was. So there was a reason why we were together at that point. The spiritual realm points that out too at times. But someone makes a decision to get rid of that, and look at the outcome. Don't think the spiritual realm didn't know what happened. The spiritual realm found ways to say, look what you're doing. You choose adultery, and you tell, your husband, you have to get married. And guess what, guys? Guess what? When I saw her that 3 years ago, she told me she still had my last name. And they never got married. So in other words, it was almost like a lie. She said, "You still have my name? You guys didn't get married?" He goes, "No." And then I asked her, I said, "Okay, so you come to me at my job and threaten me if I don't divorce you by the end of the year, and here it is 3 years later, you still have my last name and you're still not married?" It was like she lied. It was like they both lied. They're going to say that wasn't the case, but it was like they both did. The bitterness that comes from you right now will help no one. Well, I know I'm not bitter about it. I mean, I'm saying it in a way to try to get everybody to understand. I mean, I understand what your point is. Okay, I guess I do need to calm down about it. You're right. But I'm just saying there was a lot of hurts over this, guys. But that's why I say, please be careful and don't do something that you're going to regret. If there's anyone out there that's thinking about doing something like that and breaking up a family, please think before you do. I gave you that scenario because the spiritual realm is watching. Don't put yourself in a position to where it's going to hurt you. Okay, here's the.
All right, sorry about that wait.
That's okay.
There you are.
All right, put that right here.
There's the drinks for you.
There's the drinks. All right, thank you.
No problem. You have a great day, sir.
You too.
Over in the bag with the pork, salmon, and everything else.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you. But yeah, I apologize, and forgive me, everyone, for showing some kind of bitterness. I mean, I didn't mean for that to come out that way, but I'm just saying I only put it in that position because it can make any man or any, let's see, yeah, or a son or something like that, it can get them to feel bitter and get them to feel, abandoned and unloved, all because someone decided to break up the family. Okay, this is 640, so this is going to be, it's a single on the left. Okay, so we're kind of going in the same place where I was at the Iowa Dash right now. All right, where are we going here? Hold on here. Okay, we're going this way, so I bet you we're going to go by the school again. Yeah. See, it's the devil's playground. Learn the rules or get swallowed. Exactly. But no, bitterness doesn't help either, and that's why I say, forgive me for sounding that way, because I did not mean for it for me to sound that way. All I was doing was trying to get
turn right onto State Road 3.
Was trying to get everyone to see, how you can be affected by a decision like that. How it can affect a bunch of people. Oh. And what you can do to fix it.
Continue for 4 miles.
Ooh, okay, so now I'm going a different way. Okay. I guess I better get over here. Lucky. What's lucky? Nobody was lucky in that situation. It looks like Seattle. No, this is Greensburg, Indiana. That's where we're at, is Greensburg, Indiana here. Some things can't be fixed. No. You're exactly right, Ma. They can't. And one thing that you definitely can't fix is stupid. Because there's a lot of stupid things that are going on right now. Stupid decisions. Stupid things that affect, others in so many ways. Affecting jobs. Whatever it is. I don't just say this kind of stuff, guys, to look bitter or to, or to say stuff. I'm just getting everyone, that's why I brought this question up today, because I'm just saying one single decision can bring destruction, not only on you, but on members of your family. One single decision. And that's why I say, for those that think that the grass is greener on the other side, think before you make that choice. Don't put yourself in a position like my former, put herself in. Don't break up a family because you think, that there's something that you're missing. You can get that with who you're with. You were given that person. You made that choice with that person then. Didn't that person change your life in ways, to where it put happiness in you? What happened to there? Every relationship goes through stuff like that. Every romantic relationship or marriage or business relationship or things like that. We go through trials. It's a way of life, guys. We go through trials. Those trials are to teach us how strong are we. Do we have the willpower to fight these things that are trying to tear us apart? Do we have the willpower to keep our family together no matter what? Do we have that willpower? Can we overcome any obstacle that's put in our way? How strong do we love our family? How strong do we love our spouse or our kids? Do we really think before we make a decision like that? A decision that's going to affect a lot of people. Had I known that she gave up her son to foster care over that. I'm not sure what I might have done at that point. I really wasn't in a position, being by myself, to to watch over him, because I was trying to catch up on my situation with her. I was doing a lot more work and catching up on some other stuff, as well as child support. I mean, I was in dire straits, and I was doing everything I could to play catch up mode. It was that rough for me. But that decision was made for me. I didn't make that decision, she did. But because she sowed destruction, she reaped destruction. And others that were involved with her reaped destruction as well. So in front of all of you, like I said, I'm going to say right now, to clear it up, because you got to constantly do it. I forgive my former for doing that to me. I forgive her to her son and all others of the family that she hurt over that situation. She is forgiven, live on the air, and I'm saying it in front of you all so that you hear it firsthand. And I'm going to release that bitterness onto that I didn't mean to. Yeah. It was made for me. Yes. I didn't say that you made the decision. Not everything goes that you made the decision. Someone else makes the decision for you, yes. But can you forgive them for making that decision? Just like my decision was made for me when she decided to go out on me. And even though, like I said, there was a lot of hurt over it, I can still release that hurt, and I am. But guys, redeeming your timeline. It's all about because it has bitterness, kind of like what I showed that I didn't mean to. Okay, now Clarksburg. We're going back to Clarksburg again. Okay. 7 minutes. Well, I'm not going as far down as I did before. So.
Continue for a half mile.
I just am saying that if you had one chance to go back and fix something, so I wonder if she was asked that question, if you could go back and fix that, would you change your mind on seeing that guy, knowing exactly what happened? Could you tell your younger self at that point, please do not do this? Because a lot of people got hurt over it.
In a quarter mile, turn left to stay on East County Road 580 North.
Yeah. That was done for years. Mr. Anderson, as a blacksmith, you see temptation to try to fire strength and win the middle fight. Yep. And what was Doc Brown's character in the 1885 one, the blacksmith? You see how this correlates, guys? You see how this correlates?
Turn left.
Well, that's the only way I can go, actually. I don't think I could go straight.
Continue for 1.5 miles.
But yeah, see, it can't be fixed. The only way to avoid it would have been never been born. I'm going to say, yes, but Ma, everyone is born for a reason, regardless of whether it was a mistake or not. You were allowed to be here, and you served a purpose. And for those kids who feel like they were mistakes and wish that they weren't born, all I want to say to you is this, because I was born that way as well. Okay? You're here for a purpose. If you can change someone else's life, just because you weren't happy what happened to you, together, and you have a discussion and you say, you could be preventing some hurts. You could be preventing some some bad decisions that are being made by others in the future that could, reap some major destruction. Everyone is here with a purpose. There are no mistakes. You may think that there are, but there are no mistakes. Well, I made a mistake doing this with someone, and as someone came in the road, I said, it may have been a bad decision, but the outcome of you doing it, I said, that person is here for a reason. Because mistakes can be forgiven, but it doesn't mean that you just flat out, okay, well, I'm just going to go ahead and do this because I can be forgiven. It doesn't exactly work that way. Yes, you can be forgiven. But for every decision that you make, especially in that position, there are consequences, guys. Consequences. And is it the consequences that you want? You really have to watch yourself. You really have to be careful. Yeah, so that's not the offenders. Yep.
In a quarter mile, bear right onto East 640 North.
Because I feel sad for those that say, well, I'm here. I say I'm a mistake. I was born because, my mother or dad, went on in their marriage and created me, or whatever the case may be. That's, whoever that
bear
person.
Right onto East 640 North.
That person will have to deal with that at a later time. It is not your fault because they made that decision, even though you might think that it is. We all make decisions in life, guys, but we have to think. How is this decision? We think before we do. Okay, so if I decide that I'm going to do this, is it just for my benefit? How is it going to affect those around me? Yeah. How is it going to affect those that are around me? Man, let's see. The last time I came over here towards Clarksburg, I was doing it on the Iowa Dash, but I went in a different way. Uber had me go through all kinds of zigzags. At least here, it's a little bit better. And I think it's, basically just one road. I was going through some kind of trail or something the last time. Let's see, I'm supposed to go, straight. Yeah, I got to go straight, not through that T there. Okay, or the fork in the road. Yeah. It's unfolding as it should. Right, exactly. I'm pretty sure that there are those that thought they were mistakes that invented things that changed the world. Just because you think you might be one, what if you were the one person that changed everything? What if you made that one invention that everybody benefited from? That's why, that's what we got to think about. But the decisions, guys, the decisions that we make, we got to be careful. Yeah. We just got to be careful with it. And I didn't realize, and I'm glad that Ma showed me that, they're I showed a little bit of tad of bitterness in there, and I didn't realize I still had that. And I now know that you can't carry that with you. And I have released myself of that. But that's what I said. If there was a time that you could wish back, all eyes on me. I would rather, take an order than just sit and do nothing. Yeah, spiritual realm blueprint. You're asking everyone to believe in to work for all. Sometimes bad stuff can used to happen to people who do that. Respect and forget. Right. Exactly. No, you're right. It doesn't work whether you want to believe in that or not. And I totally see your point. Even asking, talking and saying to the spiritual realm, those that are involved with that's freaking essential. Doesn't mean the consequences still aren't there. Because depending on the severity of it, how much consequences are you going to have to deal with? That's what you got to ask yourself. That's why before you do. This is a bad area right here, so I just gotta. The house is on this street though. The house is on this street, so at least it'll be here for me to get back. Because all I have to do is just go down this one road and then make one turn, and I'm back. See, it says I have 1 minute, so it's right down here. A lot easier trip than when I came down to Clarksburg before. During the Iowa Dash. There were a lot of zigzags and a lot of places to get around when I could have just easily taken this one street and went where I went before. But the Uber GPS decided to, take me all over the place. I didn't care for that. And that's why it took forever. But we're going to Clarksburg. I mean, it's kind of nice to, to go to different places because you guys have never seen this area before. I mean, it's too bad it's at nighttime and we push the clock forward. But what I'm going to like about pushing the clock forward is the fact that now it stays light later. That I like. And it'll make the dashes at night a whole lot better. Because when it stays light later, then, when you go to 7, 8 o'clock, you'll be able to see a lot better because it'll still be light and you can see addresses without having to turn your flashlight on.
In a quarter mile, 4956 East County Road, 600 Greensburg, Indiana, 7240, USA on the left.
Okay, so is
46 East County Road, 640 N, Greensburg, Indiana, 47240, USA is on the left.
So I guess it's this place. Okay. All right. Ah, there he is, waiting on me. All right. On here. Okay. All right. Hello there.
Hello.
All right. Yeah, we always do this. The servers always. Go. There's that part. And do you have a form for me?
Yeah, I do.
All righty.
It's gonna be 6158.
5-8. And you're good. I appreciate your business, sir. Have a good day. Mm-hmm. All right. Okay. Well, a lot better than the one I did for Iowa. That's for certain. A lot better. Just want to make sure that I turn right here so I don't get too far off the road. Okay, it'd be a lot easier to get back. All right. Well, we got $16, and I did that kind of, even though that was a long trip, I did have a long wait there for this order, but I still made $16. It's kind of close to my, average, so I'll be okay with that. There was a show I used to watch back, that I used to listen to when I had another job back in late 90s and early 2000s. And that was Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. And Art Bell would talk about Bigfoots and talk about time travel and things like that. Yeah. And it was an interesting show. I mean, I mean, it's still on today, but it's not near as good as it was when he was the host of it. But if you ever wanted to talk about something like that, that's the show to go to, because that talks about that stuff, Bigfoot and time travel, things like that. So, yeah, but Art, I listen to Art all the time. I mean, like I said, if you believe in that kind of thing, then that's the show to listen to, because there are others that do and others that talk about it and why they do. So this is everything about time, about shows that discuss things like that. So, and yeah. And when we're talking about the train and Doc Brown, what are we talking about? Basically, we're talking about time travel. Okay. Time travel really is, it doesn't really exist. But if you really thought that you could go back, if somebody really told you that you could go back in time and change something, what would you tell your younger self? What would you tell your younger self for a decision that you wish that you did not make at a certain point? What would you tell your younger self not to decide? And then you come back to the realm, and how is your life different? Because I know that on Art Bell's program, the Coast to Coast, they would say, well, it's about different dimensions. And what is Doc Brown's famous saying? You're not thinking fourth dimensionally. So, like I said, all this correlates. Time travel is a possibility. Well, I'm sure at some point it probably will be, because there are those out there that are really trying to figure out, can it really happen? And there are those that are just going to work saying, hey, we got to figure out, how can we go back in time? Because Art Bell used to talk about that all the time. And all those guests that he had on, they were really everyone's trying to find some kind of research as to how to make it possible. All about different dimensions. Okay, you say, well, if I was, okay, you mean if I had a job that I hate, I want to go back in time and I want to, not apply for that job, or whatever the case may be, or I'm with somebody that I don't enjoy being with. I want to go back in time and not meet that person. I mean, that's, there's some people that think about that kind of thing. Or there was something that I did in high school that I regret now. Stuff like that. Because I know everyone at some point made a decision they wish they didn't make. Especially if it involved hurting others. And they have to ask themselves the question, if I was able to go back, how would I fix it? What would I tell my younger self? I mean, you could go to Back to the Future too and look at Biff, the old Biff and the younger Biff in there. He's showing him an almanac. He's giving him an almanac and says, okay, if you do this, your life is going to turn out differently and you won't be this bitter old person that I am. And then you see what happens at the outcome of that. But yeah, could there be a possibility of time travel being possible? Maybe. Hey, how's it going there, friends? Welcome in. Yeah, okay, remember this fork right here? Okay. Yeah, welcome in. I certainly appreciate that. Yeah, today's topic, Princess, are you here for a minute? Okay. Well, any minute that you spend, even if you're here for like 5 seconds, I still appreciate you being here. At least you took the time to come and visit me, and I certainly appreciate that. But anyway, I was just thinking, today's topic today, because Iowa got disqualified last night. I mean, Purdue is just out here see what they would have done today in their 8 hours. Because it doesn't matter what they do. I'm just looking to see if they could have beat 160 anyway, starting in Greensburg. So that is basically, why I came here. Okay, so now there's a street I think I'm supposed to turn up here. Let's see, is that it? I don't think it is. No, I don't think so. I think it's still down here a little bit. Oh yeah, I had to take this curve. Yeah, Indiana. Yep. Happy time change. Yep. I don't mind the losing sleep. Yeah, that could be an issue for some people. But I do enjoy it staying light later. That I like. That part I like. I mean, we gain 2 minutes of sunlight per day now. But the fact that it stays light later up until close to 8 o'clock, that makes the dashing at night a whole lot easier. And I know there's a lot of dashers that are going to be very thrilled with that, because it does make it easier. Can work later now for you. Okay. Thank you, Random. I certainly appreciate it. Thank you for the thumbs up, guys. I really do. So you don't drive at night. Yeah, it's not easy to drive. I mean, I really don't drive at night myself, but I mean, I will drive in the early morning, and the reason is there's not so much traffic in the early morning. For me. So, but yeah, that's just but that's what I'd say. But that I just, the springing forward, I mean, the falling back, I like the idea of getting the extra hour sleep, but yet at the same time, I would rather just have daylight savings time for the whole entire time. I just would rather have it that way. I don't like having to switch, to constantly switch every year. I just like to keep it one way. But I just love the fact it stays light later. I like that. Hate losing the sleep. Well, yeah. I mean, it is 1 hour. I mean, you just basically have to go to bed earlier. That's all. I mean, for me, I basically try to go to bed early anyway, because, I got to get up and dash early. So it really doesn't affect me that much. It may seem like it does, but it really doesn't. Okay, let's see where we are here. I have no idea what that is. Okay. Daily savings time 365. Yeah. Hey, there's Queen. Good morning, Queen. Welcome in. Yeah. We're just having a little discussion. And as you know, yesterday, I don't know if you knew, Queen, but Iowa was disqualified last night. So Purdue is automatically in. We're just looking. They're just looking to see how well they would do. Had they gone anyway, would they beat 160? That's the question. Okay. So, am I getting back up here? Let's see. How did Iowa get 2 T's? 2 T's. Here, let me get Starbucks here, because I know it's on the way. Here, let me just see what it says. 4 miles.
Drive west. Then, in 800 feet, turn left onto State Route 3.
Oh, okay. I am on the right way. Okay. All right. So I don't need that now. So all I got to do is turn left here, and I'm back on the main road. Okay. That wasn't as bad as I thought. A lot easier than doing the Iowa. Yeah. But yeah. Or that's something that is what. Yeah, last night, they got their second tee because of a customer that talked out of both sides of their mouth when it came to a substitute. They had 3 substitutes of something that they wanted, an article of clothing, and it was all about a color. They mainly wanted put on a blue as a substitute. Now, DoorDash would have wanted me to do the substitute type of thing. Then the customer comes back on and said, well, I changed my mind. I don't want any of that substitution. Just refund it. And so what does that do? Well, when they do that, and then I say there's no substitutions, and then you have to refund it. Well, at that point, then it counts against me. So I had to unassign the order. And because they already had one tee from the day shift because of an Aldi order, well, they didn't have a dirty stack or anything, so they ended up getting the second tee there, and it put them out of the game. So Purdue automatically is in. That's why I made the post yesterday. We have the Final Four. So, yeah. They wouldn't have gotten that tee had the customer allowed me to make one of those, substitutions. But because they said, oh no, we're not going to do that. And the customer, I don't think, was a very nice person anyway, because of the way they talked on their text. They just sound, and I was like, I'm not going to deal with that. Hey, BPD Hustler, welcome in. Yeah. Welcome in, yeah. And so, I can't deal with people who talk out of both sides of their mouth. They say one thing and then they turn around and they want to do something else. Well, I literally said to them, because that you're asking for a refund from this, when the scanner is going to allow me to, accepts this one scan, they told me they changed their mind. I told them at that point, I said, well, because the scanner already accepted, well, I now have to unassign the order because you changed your mind on this, and I can't, I have to unassign it that way because, it's going to affect my shopping rate. And they said something else, but, anyway, I didn't know what they said because, they already unassigned it, but that was the second tee, and that's what kicked them out of the game. So, how crazy customers aren't that rude and change their minds and substitute under the one dude on Uber Eats. Yeah. Well, it was the part that said you defining sleep and rolling off in a good one. Oh, okay, yeah. It was like I said, it's one thing, like I said, if you wanted to say that you wanted a refund right away or something like that, or the scanner was going to allow a refund when it says customer asked for a refund, that's one thing, because that doesn't count against you because the customer asked for the refund. But if you have to issue a refund because the customer changed their mind, then that does affect you. And that second one, you only get one to go to 99% from 100. Because if you go to 98%, then it's going to, like Charlie the Brash Dasher said, you have to do 120 more shopping orders to get that back up to 99%. And I wasn't going to put myself in that position. It was the fact that the customer talked out of both sides of their mouth. That's what made me feel uncomfortable. All right, Garber, we don't discuss that on here. Okay, I'm giving you a fair warning on that one. Okay, that causes division, so I'm going to give you a fair warning on that one. Please do not discuss that kind of thing. Okay, I really would appreciate that. You're going to tell me that, you put this substitute on there because you made that substitution. If all you wanted was a certain color, then why would you put that substitution on there even if it was a different color? A different color. The sunrise is gorgeous. It's not quite yet. I mean, sunrise will probably be in another 30 minutes or so, maybe where you are, but not quite here yet. That's why I love to dash in the daytime, is for that reason. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and sit over here and get back to getting another order here. And I'm also going to, at this point, since we're sitting at almost 7:30, I'm going to go ahead and put Uber on. 9 times out of 10, you're not going to get an Uber order at this time of day, but, strange things have happened. I did have an Uber order, one time in Shelbyville at this time, and it was a Denny's. So, like I said, it can happen at any time. Because, even though Purdue's automatically in, dirty stacks will still count as, if somebody wins drawings, yeah. So that'll still count. Because we're doing a team. All right. But yeah, the shopping orders are just absolutely getting outrageous, and that's why I like the Uber shopping orders a lot better, because Uber could care less about all that other stuff. They don't care if a customer changes their mind, they want a refund or whatever the case may be. All you got to do is say, hey, they changed their mind, or whatever the case, or whatever that is, and then they move on. They don't make it a big deal to where it's the dasher's fault that customer changes their mind, or it's the dasher's fault that the store does not carry a certain product. They don't go through that absurdity. And I just wish DoorDash would just drop the incentive program entirely, because all it's doing is getting all the dashers, so upset with that pretty soon no one's going to want to do a shopping order with them anymore. And I wouldn't blame all the dashers if they all came together and say, no, we boycott all shopping orders until they drop this program. And then no customer gets a shopping order, and then DoorDash has got to say, all right, well, everybody's upset, and I guess we're doing the wrong thing, so we're going to have to change our outlook on this. Yeah, you are going to have to change your outlook on this, because all you're doing is getting everybody upset over some kind of absurd program, and everybody has to unassign their orders because they're going to lose incentive, all because of some stupid rules that dashers can't help, but you make it look like it's their fault anyway. You make dashers look like they're invalids, and all customers are 100% right and dashers are 100% wrong. And I literally had to argue with one of the support people for over 30 minutes about a certain store not carrying a certain item. Just like the other day, there was just like on the first tea that Iowa had, and it had to do with corn of all things. Okay, because what's Iowa known for? Corn, right? Okay, so, because it's all farmland. But anyway, they said that this store, had corn things in there. There was nothing in this store that had to do anything with ears of corn or anything in there. I didn't even see any type of tag that said that there was corn in that store. But then I go to Shelbyville because I had an order for Shelbyville in the evening time. Guess what I saw? Ears of corn in there. Shelbyville carried it, but Greensburg did not. So you explain that to the support, and I said, well, if Greensburg says they don't carry it, but Shelbyville does, and even though they're asking for it because the main store says that Greensburg has it, even though they don't, and the Greensburg management says we don't carry that, I said, if a certain store that the dasher's assigned to, if that store does not carry that product, then is it the dasher's fault? The support person said, yes, we have to count that against you. And I'm like, okay then. So you're validating your absurdity. You're validating how absurd this program is. And you're saying that the dasher is responsible for a store not having a product. So I said, what do we have to do? Do we have to get a written statement notarized by the store manager that says that this store does not carry this product and send it to you so that we don't get docked for something that is not our responsibility? Do we have to go that route? And the support person acted like they didn't have an answer for that. Yeah, you don't have an answer for that because you know that's what it's going to take. And I certainly would be willing to go that route because there's no reason for me to lose points on account of your stupid program, because you're saying that Dashers are responsible for a store not carrying a product, because you make it look like that the customer is, that this customer is the only customer that's allowed to have this product and no one else in the city is allowed to have it. That's what you're portraying. And you know very well that as a citizen of your own city, that if it was in your position that that you were told that only a DoorDash customer is allowed that product and you're not, how would you feel? Apparently I got something to them because apparently they had some discussion over it, because that ended up getting erased because that person knew I was right. And I noticed a couple of days later, my shopping rate went back to where it was supposed to be because I argued that fact. And when I argue this, guys, and I go a long way, I don't argue just for myself. I argue for all of the Dashers that have to go through this, because we're all in this together. I'm considering all you Dashers in mind because I'm fighting for you, just like Charlie does. Charlie does the same thing. We argue because we want justice for the wrongs that happen. We don't want this absurdity to continue to penalize us. We're not responsible for things. And there's no reason for us to pay the penalty for something that's beyond our control. Okay, I'm going to do the NATO Nation trick here real quick since I was out of the zone. So we're going to do the NATO Nation quickly. All the Dashers get a real job. Well, Cam August, let me tell you, I do have a legitimate job. I do work a W-2. I work 36 hours one week because I have a rolling schedule. I work 36 hours one week. I work 48 hours another week. I do have a legitimate job. I just do this on the side. The reason why I do this on the side is because it's extra money. Now, there are those like Queen here that have it as a full-time job. And they do it because, they have different platforms. Now, regardless of how it is that you make money, no one has any right to judge anybody by the way that they make money. Just because you have a real job and you think it's stupid for other Dashers, you don't broadcast it on someone's channel. You just don't do that. You keep that opinion to yourself. Because there's no need to come on here and offend other Dashers by saying, get a real job. There may be some Dashers on here that do have a real job. There's a number of them on here that do, like me. We just do this because we need extra money. We're living in times right now to where extra money is imperant, Camo. And the reason is because gas prices now, especially here in town, is approaching $4. Where I've seen gas prices in California, they're approaching $8. And why is that? It's because there's decisions that are being made that the public is not happy with. Like Ma said earlier, there are decisions that are being made for us that are affecting all of us. And because it involves authority, there's nothing we can do about it. But the only thing that we can do is to prevent catastrophes, to do what we can to prevent catastrophes because of this decision or these decisions. That's why I said during the USC Dash at the end of 2025 and the Illinois Dash at the beginning of 2026, this is the time to prepare. Not very many people were prepared for the snowstorms that came. Not many people were prepared for some of the flooding that's happened recently. Not many people have prepared, for the decisions that have been made overseas. without going into detail. You know exactly what I'm talking about. But we're not going into detail on that because that's bringing up something that we don't discuss on this channel. I'm making it self-explanatory. That's all I'm saying. But there are those of us that do need to do this because my W-2 takes care of all my necessities, takes care of all the basic stuff. Whereas dashing here, it takes care of other things like saving money for vacation, saving money for tires, like I've had to replace tires on this car and my backup car recently. There are those that I've been wanting to give money to as far as, the winnings, but I kind of had to push that back off because I had to get tires for my backup car. So, you got to have extra money saved up. If you don't have a nest egg right now, I would, or your finances in order, now is the time to get it together. I said that at the end of last year. I said at the beginning of this year. Your finances are going to be one of the most important necessities you need to get together right now. Get together with your family. Yeah, you buy used tires online for cheap. Okay? And like I said, everybody, you're entitled to do whatever that you want to do. But with the weather here in Indiana, though, Herb Gillespie, with the weather here in Indiana, it's unpredictable. It could be 70 degrees one day and 20 the next day with a whole bunch of snow. 14 inches of snow. Are those used tires necessarily going to get you through that snow? Maybe. Or will a set of tires that we use for this type of work that I do, would it be better to invest in that and have warranties on them that last anywhere, around 3 to 5 years? Would it be better to invest in that? Yes, you can continue to buy used stuff, but you may have to spend, go more than once to go someplace to get doing that within a 3 to 5 year period. Whereas you can make one purchase like I did and get good warranty on it, have it last 3 to 5 years, and have really good tires, which I do have. You could have the best functioning car. Oh, we got an order finally. Yeah, right here at McDonald's. Okay, so now that they're open, I can go ahead and go in there.
Drive east.
Because those kids that they came from in there, I guess there's some kind of, I think there's some kind of sectional game going on in there. All right, let me go and see if they're open, because it looks like they are. So I'm going to go ahead in there right now, guys, and go pick this up. It's $7. So I shall return. Actually, just in case, I think I'm just going to go ahead and drive up there. And then I can just pull out over there if I need to. This is Sunday morning. The traffic isn't that bad. So, yeah. We'll just do that. Yeah, that's the one thing about Sunday morning. The traffic is really not all that bad until like maybe 9, 10 o'clock. Yeah, they took all the chairs off, so yeah, there's people in there now, so it'll be a whole lot easier to pick everything up. So we'll go ahead and do that. Your money situation is so bad, ATM, you're busting my butt day in and day out because my husband gets paid every 2 weeks and we need that money you bring in for such food. And so you see, Kamo, you look at Queen's situation like this. You're putting her down because you're saying that, that she doesn't have a legitimate job or something like that. You need 2 or 3 incomes these days. You really do. You need 2 or 3 incomes. Because with prices rising like this, with decisions that are being made, it's essential. All right, let me go pick this up. Be right back. They were just finishing up that order, so that's why I went ahead and put the question up there for all the newcomers that come in throughout the dash this morning. So, okay. Millionaires and billionaires greedy, want to keep it all. Exactly on that. You're exactly right, Mom. And what I found too on that, Ma, is that, and there's a lot of people that that agree with me on this as well. That a lot of dashers have found, that the ones, that the poorer people are better tippers than the ones that do well. I've noticed that. Because those that have less, they appreciate more. I found that to be true. Now, I'm not saying that for everyone that does well. There are those that are very generous that do well. I'm just saying, a good part of them don't. I've just noticed more on the ones that have less seem to appreciate better. Like I said, I'm not saying that for everybody, though. Okay, I'm not saying that. Okay, because there's always a few exceptions to everything in every situation. All right, let's see where we're going to go here. All right.
Drive east, then turn left.
Okay, I can't go out that way, so I have to go this way. All right.
Drive south, then in 300 feet, turn right.
Well, it sucks. A tip $4 or $5, and that's when you order DoorDash Instacart. Okay, well, and that's a good thing. I said, at least you tip, at least you give, a pretty decent tip.
Right.
Depends on how far are they going, though. That's one thing. But there are those that just say, I want to give a $2 or something like that, and I make them travel 10 miles. Those, you have to question yourself on that.
In 600 feet, turn left onto State Road 3.
Especially with gas prices here, near, around $3.60.
Turn left onto State Road 3.
The Dashers really would appreciate, see, who we got here did that. Dean's here. All right, Dean. Good Karma Pinoy Giver. Okay. Yeah, I will write that name down as soon as I do that. All right. Thank you, Dean. I certainly appreciate it. Thank you for joining. Yeah. Got quite a discussion today. We're talking about, since Purdue is already in, like I said, since Purdue is already in, then we're bringing up a pretty legitimate question that I think everybody should be discussing right now, for the simple fact of the uncertain times that we're dealing with. Because we are living in a time of uncertainty. And when you live in uncertainty, then you have to question where you are right now, and are you really in a good position, if things got worse? Because if not, now is the time to get things together, to get things right. Because with the way things are going right now, how much time do we really have? That's why today is all about time, springing forward. And even though we were springing forward, if there was a time that you wish that you could change, what year and why? If you made a poor decision, if you could go back and tell your younger self not to make that decision, what would it be?
Then turn left.
Because even though you can't go back in time and change it, you can still forgive yourself for that decision and ask others to forgive you for that decision, whatever that
Turn
is.
left onto West 9th Street.
It's right here, real easy. A real quick $7. I like that.
In 800 feet, 718 West 9th Street, Greensburg, Indiana 47240. USA will be on the right.
Very quick. A very quick $7, just right down the street. And those are the type of orders I like. That's why, Greensburg was good to do for the Elite Eight. The next week it'll be Greenfield.
718 West 9th Street, Greensburg, Indiana 47240.
Yeah, right here at the stop sign.
USA is on the
Okay.
right.
Oh, they got a nice little house here. They got a nice little house here. All right, be right back. Okay, one at the door. All right, guys, I'll be right back. That was nice to get a nice little quick $7 just like that. Wasn't far down the street. It seems a little slow for a Sunday morning here, but you know, it is early yet. And plus I think there are those that are trying to get used to the time change. So, you know, you got to give them a little leeway with that. I mean, this is just the beginning. It's only a couple hours. I mean, Purdue's already in, so I mean, you know, whether they make 160 or not, you know, or a little bit more than that. I mean, and Sunday night is always different too, so you just never know. Okay, so you can't go on that way, so I have to turn around here and go back that other direction. Okay. Well, it's good to know that now, so. Like I said, I never go on that street, so that's why I didn't know. Okay. Back in 2015 to 2016, when you got your first job, you started really building your savings account to where it would be today, but since the situation would be completely. Oh, okay. Let's see. How much you make it, excuse me. How much you make a day with food delivery? Well, it just depends. I mean, it depends on A, the market you're in, and B, you know, the time of day that you go. I mean, generally for me, I always try to average 15 an hour. That's what I always, you know, that's what I usually do. No matter where I'm at, I average about $15 an hour. So that's usually my average. Now, lately, you know, since Uber's been involved, then it's more like $20 an hour because whatever DoorDash doesn't do, Uber picks up the pace. And I've been doing pretty good on my Uber orders recently, which is one of the reasons why I now have a 70% acceptance rate on Uber, because Uber's been giving me some pretty good orders, even some really good shopping orders. Like the very first shopping order that I did on Uber was $33 for 2 miles. That was the very first Uber shopping order that I did, and that's why I say if I'm going to do shopping orders, I'd rather do them for Uber than Dash, because Uber doesn't make a big deal out of them. Uber's like, okay, if you know, if you have to substitute, you have to substitute. If you got to give if you have to give them a refund or something like that, no big deal. You know, it is what it is. Craziness. Yeah. I'm sorry, but I had the worst experience on DoorDash. We'll never use it again. Yeah, well, DoorDash is getting a bad rap anymore these days. And, you know, and Cynthia, I can understand you that. I mean, especially when you have those two ladies that were recently in the news, you know, for you know, for that one that was spying on somebody and then making a false report, and then the other one that was spraying pepper spray on the bag or something like that because they didn't appreciate a tip or whatever the case may be. Yeah, they're given a bad rap on DoorDash. And I know there's a lot of dashers out there that just treat it like a job, and, hate what they do, or, hate the world or something like that and take it out on you. And I feel sorry for the customers that have to deal with that. And I just wish that, that those dashers didn't have to feel that way. You don't have to. That's why I do what I do. No matter what anybody thinks it's juvenile what I do as far as, incorporating these teams in it or anything like that. And to that, I say this. I don't look at gig work as just a job. Okay? I don't look at it as something that I dread doing every day, or or it's something that, that is just, that's just work, and nothing else. With your job, and this is with anything that, as far as I can say, anything that you do as far as it is work related, if you just treat it as work and absolutely hate what you do, then you're going to be miserable the whole time that you do it, regardless of whether it pays well or not. You're going to feel miserable about doing it, and everybody's going to see it. And then, then they're going to be like, well, I don't want to be around this person because they hate where they're at. But if you do it like I do and incorporate, what my biggest passion is for the year, for the winter months, and that's the Big Ten Conference and the tournament. Okay, which the big tournament's coming up pretty soon as far as the regular basketball. But I do that with the Big Ten teams because, I grew up, with the Big Ten Conference, and I do it this way because I try to make a game out of it. I make a game out of it and have fun making a game out of it, because if you do that, it's not like you have to really take pride or take passion into it if you don't really feel that. But if you make a game out of it, and you try to, put some smiles on your face while you're doing it because you're making a game out of it, then you're going to get through it a lot better and you won't feel so depressed about it. Then others are going to see that you're not depressed about it, that you're actually making a game out of it and putting yourself in a spot that says, okay, yes, I may not like what I do, but if I have to do it, then I'm going to be the very best that I do at it. And I bring this up all the time too, and I'm going to say it again. When I was serving back in the early 90s, there was a lady that was in there that felt the same way, like she was a server. She had done it for so many years. She got tired of doing it. She didn't think she was making that much money because she got tired of waiting on people. Well, everybody still encouraged her that says keep being yourself, and even though you don't enjoy what you're doing, just keep plugging away. It will change soon. Well, what did she do? Yeah, they don't do it anymore, and it'll kill college sports. Yes, I know, it's now 18. I get that. I agree with that. It should have stayed as 10 as the way it was. But it's all because money got involved with it. And then all these teams won it because everybody knew the Big Ten was the best conference there was because of the way the competition was. It's that, that's the reason, because in the Big Ten, no lead is safe. And no matter where you play, if even if you're a 16-0 team, like if you're a 10-0 team and you're playing an 0-10 team, if you're on that 0-10 team's home court, and you think that you're just going to wipe the floor with that team, if you don't play your best, that 0-10 team can beat you. That's the way it is on the Big Ten. No lead is safe. Everybody beats up on each other. And that's why there are those that say the Big Ten's the best conference of the whole thing. They say, oh no, the SEC is, or the ACC, or the Big East, or whatever. So everybody's entitled to their opinions. But as far as I'm concerned, from all the years that I've spent, watching the Big Ten ever since 1985, I've seen that the Big Ten has the best conference, and they do. And so that's why I make it a passion of doing this, because then I can say, okay, I have all the teams, I draw the teams that are going to go on this day. So, I say what team is going to, go on this day, what's their score going to be, and then the next team, and then I make a game out of it. I make a competition. Who's going to have the higher score? See, that's why we got the Final Four starting next week. But anyway, getting back to that lady I was saying over at at the serving. So she kept being, so she just said, okay, fine, I'll just keep on going. Well, she continued to be her jovial self, even though she never didn't feel like it, and gave her best service that she could. Well, there was one day that her life changed. And how was that? Well, there was a guy from a Fortune 500, which is a pretty elite company in Indianapolis. And one of the guys from that corporation, they approached her and said, you do a really good job every time we see you in here, especially for the party that she did that day. And he pulled her aside and said, how would you like to interview with my company? Because I see that I don't think you're making your potential as far as money is concerned here. How would you like to interview with me and see maybe what we can do about that? So she agreed to do it. They had the interview, and guess what? She was hired on the spot, and she left serving. And then she came back like a year and a half later, because I was there for like 3.5, 4 years. But she came back and was a manager of that company. And all because she continued to be her jovial self and make a game out of where she was working. You don't have to treat your job as a dread. You don't have to treat it as, I don't, say I gotta get up and go. You're just like the old commercial of gotta make the donuts. You don't need to treat your job that way. If you don't enjoy what you're doing, it will get better. You just try to be the best in what you are at that position at that time. Because sooner or later, that promotion is going to come. Sooner or later, that person off the street is going to see that you're doing your best, and they're going to do to you the same way that manager of that elite company said to the server. That day's going to happen to you, and it will. Because the spiritual realm is going to see that you're doing your best and that you're giving your best effort and serving people in the best way that you possibly can. It's being watched, guys. I'm telling you, I keep saying it. What you get back is what you send out. If you give out bad vibes because you hate your job, no one's going to appreciate that. But if you give positive vibes for a job that, that maybe you hate at that moment, or you don't enjoy, or you wish it could change, they're going to see that you're tolerating it. Oh, we got another order. What we got? Duncan, right over here. Okay. Another $7. Okay, that'll work. Yeah, we're getting the good orders today, guys. It's only going 1.3 miles. So let's go back to Duncan. But that's why I say, no matter what some people think of how juvenile you might be over a job or whatever it is that you do, if that person is doing it for position because they know at some point there might be some kind of a promotion or something that could come out of it, if you give your best and make a game out of that job, sooner or later, there's another job that's going to open because you gave your best. And sometimes you have to go through a job you absolutely hate, just like the W-2 job I have now. I had to go through jobs that I hated to get what I have now. I had to endure it, but it got better. And that's the same can happen with you. But don't let your W-2 or gig work or whatever, don't let that get the best of you. You get the best of it and make it fun. Because I guarantee you will be rewarded if you do make it fun. All right, let me go get this. I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, it took them a little while because they had a couple of hot foods they had to put in there, so that's why it took a little bit. Oh well. Instacart orders. I'm just waiting your first order this morning. Oh, okay. All right. See, verify the items. Yeah, because I saw them put them in here. So, yeah, they told me that they were all there. So, okay. All right. Okay, where are we going? Okay, that's not that bad. So I just go right out here. All right, I can do that. All right. Yeah, it seems a little quiet for Greensburg, but tell you what, there could be good money here, because I remember once the last Sunday that I think I was here, that was the day that Fran got to 1K.
Then, in 200 feet, turn left.
Oh, did it make me turn left? Oh, I thought I could go this way.
Drive west, then turn right. Continue for 1.5 miles.
Yeah, I thought I was going the right way. You were having me go a different way. This is the way I'm supposed to go to get to that street. See, the GPS just kind of had everything all messed up. But they're good at that. The Uber GPS is worse, though. Because that was apparent the day that we went to Clarksburg the first time. And they doing all those zigzags, whereas DoorDash had me
Drive
go
north on North Lincoln Street. Then, 900 feet, turn left onto East 10th Street. Drive south on North Lincoln Street for 1 mile. Drive north on North Lincoln Street.
All right,
Then, in 600 feet, turn left onto East Burchill Lane. Drive south
make
on...
up going on here, because I mean, not only did that mess up, but so did my life thing mess up too. Huh. I know I'm going the right direction. I know I'm going the right direction. I mean, I may not have been, in this town a whole lot, but I do know that some things here. Hey, Dax, welcome in. Yeah, welcome in, Dax. I certainly appreciate it, man. Yeah, if you want to see music and old, wrestling stuff talk about the Dax Anderson, that's the channel to check out, guys. Want to relive old times and things like that, that's the channel to check out, since we're talking about older times. Yeah, I knew I was going the right direction. I don't know why it was telling me that I was going the wrong way. That was just a crazy little area that I went through right there, I guess. But I know I'm going the right direction.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto East Main Street.
That's what I thought. Yeah, there was just some little weird thing that was going on over there that it messed up my, my directions here, and then something on the live. So yeah, it was
State Route 46.
Just that little bad area over there. Okay. Yeah, that just seemed weird. I'll wait for these people to come up. Hey, Sarah, welcome in. Good morning. Appreciate you joining. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, we're just having a little bit of fun today.
Turn left onto South Franklin Street.
Okay. Yeah, today is just a today's just kind of a little bit of a discussion day, because for the fact that Purdue was going to be in the challenge today for challenging Iowa, but Iowa got disqualified last night, so Purdue is automatically in. So we're just having a little fun today to see if they would have got 160 or better today anyway, starting in Greensburg. So, we're just doing that day. I mean, it doesn't matter if they make that or not, they're in regardless. So we're just having a little discussion today, since we're springing forward, with the question being, if there was a time, in
Turn left onto South Franklin Street.
Yep. Okay. If there was a time that you wish that you could change back, that a decision that you made that you wish that you could take back, what year and why? That's the question of the day, because Purdue is all about, even though there's one that they're doing a sledgehammer, is all about the train. And then Back to the Future 3, well, how was time travel done then when the DeLorean was destroyed? It was done by the train.
323 South Franklin Street,
So,
Greensburg, Indiana 47240.
that's why I have Doc asking the
USA
question,
on the
if
right.
you were to come on the train with me and Pete here, and you wanted to go back and change and tell your younger self something of a decision not to make, what year would it be and why? Because this is the time to forgive that decision, even though you made it might have affected a bunch of people. Or it was a decision that was made, that was made for you that you didn't want.
323 South Franklin Street, Greensburg, Indiana 47240. USA is on the right.
That might be one of those decisions that you have to, of those people that you might have to forgive, even though it might have hurt you in that spot. That's basically what we're talking about today. All right, let me go and drop this off. I'll be right back. Okay, we're sitting at $30 right now. This is just a little tad below the average that I usually do for about this time, being just about 2 hours and 20 minutes. But, hey, this is just the day that we're out here just to seeing what we get. The last time be dashing in Greensburg on Sunday, at least for a while. So we're just going to turn around here and go back, since there's no way to turn around up here. So we'll just turn, in this little area here. And turn back around. Okay. Kids out of wedlock. Yeah, well, I know there's a lot of people that would that would agree to that. I will say, though, that was a decision that I made back in I have to be honest here and say that my daughter was born out of wedlock, and part of the reason was because her mom did not believe in marriage. She was married once. She said she would never go that route again. And of course, I was young at that time and didn't realize at that time how important it was to have, to be in marriage and create kids that way. So, I will admit that I did make that mistake myself. Okay. Not to say that my daughter was a mistake, because she isn't. My daughter's here for a reason. She has a purpose to be here the same way my grandson does. But had I wanting to bring her, back again for another time, would I have chosen to marry her mother? Yes, I would have said that. But see, her mom was the one that did not believe in marriage. But I am, like I said, I'm saying some things that I did back there. And, because I've made those, types of mistakes too, guys. And I have, and I'm willing to admit it. I'm man enough to admit it here, that I have done that. We all have done things that we wish we could have done differently. And maybe we've made those decisions because it was taught to us to do it that way. It was taught to us by the shows that we watch on television through the years, or novels we read, or social media posts that encourage that type of behavior today, that get us to make decisions that we shouldn't make. It's because we're inadvertently taught to do those decisions because they think, well, if you do this, it's not a bad thing. I mean, it's not a crime. You're not going to get caught or anything like that. It's taught that way. But the earthly realm is teaching you that, but what is the spiritual realm teaching you? Spiritual realm is teaching you the opposite of that. And the spiritual realm is watching what happens on the earthly realm. And when I say it comes to, decisions, well, if you, make a decision, that's going to affect a lot of people. That's why I say, think before you do. Don't put yourself in a position, like my former wife did. When she thought the grass was greener on the other side, just because you were going, through a little struggle financially and stuff, you think that it's better on the other side. Well, it can get a whole lot worse for you if you think that. These days, especially with the uncertainty going on, guys, no one's promised tomorrow, especially with the uncertainty that's going on. And that's why I'm saying this is the time, like I said at the USC dash and the Illinois dash, the end and the beginning of the year, respectively. Now's the time to get your finances in order. Now's the time to get, to gather your family, get your family in order, and don't make decisions that you're going to regret later on down the road. That's why I say, if there was a decision that you made that put you in the, in the position that you're in, and it's not a good position, if you had a chance to go back in time and change that, what year was it and why? What would you tell your younger self not to do? Because even though you may not be able to tell your younger self, if you're young enough and can still have kids, you can tell your future kids not to make a similar decision that you made, because you don't want your kids to go through what you went through. Because let me tell you something, guys, I turned 59 almost 3 weeks ago. And even though I'm not quite 60 yet, I've been through a lot. And a lot of the experiences that I say on here throughout all these dashes, I don't make it just about the dashes and the teams and all that. I also bring real life on here because I want everyone to have some idea as to not make some of the decisions that I made. And that you don't have to go through the pain and the suffering, because no one deserves that. If you were brought here for a decision that wasn't the best decision, you're here for a reason. Or if you brought your kids here by, reasons similar to that, they're still here for a reason. But you have to take the time to right your wrong, even though you can't go back and fix that. If you had the opportunity to imagine yourself getting in Doc's train and saying, hey, what year do you want to go back to? What do you want to tell your younger self? All you got to do, you just go back to that year basically and forgive yourself for making that decision. You can do that in your mind. You can time travel in your mind. You can go back to that younger self and say to your younger self, hey, I'm sorry that I let you make that decision. and forgive yourself. That's how you do it. And that's what this book right here teaches you, how to do that. Troy Brewer, Redeeming Your Timeline. It's an essential book. I've read it. And let me tell you guys, it's a lot to think about when you read a book like that. It's a book about forgiving yourself. It's a book about forgiving others. It's a book about, even though you made a bad decision and you're reaping the consequences of that bad decision, how you forgive yourself and starting over to where you make it right, not only with yourself, but you make it right with your family and those, that you wronged or those that wronged you, by using the forgiveness part of it. Because that's what the spiritual realm is going to see, that the spiritual realm sees the forgiveness in you and in your heart, because they know whether you're sincere about it or not. But if you're sincere in your heart and you have the forgiveness of it, then you're going to reap the benefits of that, because the spiritual realm is going to go to work knowing full well that that you have in your heart that you do forgive. And then they're going to turn that wrong into a right in a better way. Even though you can forgive, if you still can't forget what happened, and a lot of people can't. But there are those that say, well, I can't forgive. Well, it's essential. You're going to have to. At some point, you're going to be put in a position to where you will have no choice but to say, if you don't forgive, it's going to get a whole lot worse for you. I don't want to see anybody go through that. I don't. We're living in uncertainty, guys. We're really living in uncertainty. Get things right. Don't put yourself in a position, if you're think about doing something that you know is going to hurt your family, think before you do it, please. The spiritual realm knows the consequences of it. You don't, but the spiritual realm does. And as Doc would say, the consequences of that could be disastrous. The grass is not always greener on the other side. It isn't. Because my former found that out. And even though on here, and I still say again that I forgive her for the decision that she made, I don't want anyone to have to go through what she went through. No one should have to give up, tear down their family because of a decision because they thought the grass was greener. No parent should have to give up their son because of a decision that they thought was going to be better for them, because that person could give them some kind of pleasure, and you have to give up a whole lot, including your own flesh and blood, just to get that pleasure. It's ridiculous, friends. It's not smart. And no one should get hurt. If things are not going well in your family, find a way to see if you can reconcile it, because this is the time. The time is now. That's why I said the time, at the USC dash, the time is now. Gear up and prepare. Uncertainty is here now. The next decision could affect so many people in so many ways. Prepare now. Get your finances. So you're giving free will. Exactly. You're Florida. Hey, you're Florida. Hey, Dewey. Yeah, this is Greensburg, Indiana. That's where we're at. Greensburg, Indiana. But get your finances together, guys. You see the gas prices approaching $4 here in Indiana and approaching $8 in California. I saw the prices. I don't watch the news or anything because I don't like the news anymore, because all the news is negative. But that's what's taught today, is that news is only newsworthy is if it's negative. It didn't used to be that way. But there are those that say, well, the best news is negative news because it sells. Yeah, maybe it sells, but it's not good. And I don't watch the news because I don't want to put that in my system. I don't want to constantly be thinking about that kind of thing because, like I said, even if you don't watch the news, if anything important happens, you will hear about it anyway. That's why I don't touch the newspaper. I don't watch the things on the news. Yeah. See, and then you got the news that's not telling the whole truth. Exactly. If anything important happens, you will hear about it anyway. And I think that if the people would stop watching the news and the ratings go down, I think that might send a message. And I think maybe these networks need a message sent to them to stop dwelling on the negative. Start saying some happy things for people to be happy about, not to depress them, not just so that you can get ratings. This shouldn't be about ratings. Just like with me on this, it's not about subscribers. It's not about, watch hours or anything out there. I'm just doing this because I want to do it. I'm sharing all this information because I want everyone to have this information, because I don't want anyone to have to suffer like I did. If there's opportunities for you to get better, I'm going to tell you how to do it because I've seen how others have done it. And I'm going to share that with you. I just feel if the majority of the people would not watch the news for a while, and the ratings go down for all these news things, then maybe, just maybe, a message is going to be sent. Hey, we're tired of this negativity. We're tired of you just throwing all this negative and then we have to react on it. And then it puts negative thoughts in people's, and then what happens? They get mesmerized by that negativity and they're going to act out on it. That's why we have all the problems we have today, is because they're acting out on the negativity that's being programmed in their mind daily. It's going to take that, guys. No critical thinking allowed. So I don't need to want to get thoughts right. What's rubbish about that, Stuart? I mean, like I said, you listen to the news, yeah. But a lot of this negativity is being programmed in minds, especially in young minds in the school system. Because where do a lot of the problems that happen later on in life for people, where did it start, Stuart? Where did it start? It started in the school system. That's where it started. And there are some TV hosts that I watched back in the 90s, especially one in particular that's no longer with us, that can prove that fact. It starts in the school system. Because if a kid in the school system is not treated fairly, or the parents send them to school and don't care what happens to them in the school, what is that kid going to learn? That kid is learning negativity and is learning resentment. And what are they going to do with that resentment later on in life? I'll let you imagine that. Because a lot of those that created a lot of havoc through the years, where did it start with them? And they'll all say it. It started in the school system. Not everyone. Not everyone. But a good part of it. If the school system failed for me when I went to school, they were feeding me the answers instead of letting me actually learn and figure it out. Yeah. I mean, this former host that I bring up from 1995, If you told him about public schools, he'd have a field day with it. He could talk hours on it and get all kinds of arguments over it. But that's bringing up politics stuff, and we're not going to do that. So I'm just throwing that out there, just saying. Okay? I'm just saying the school system needs to be a little bit better when it comes to teaching and to stop putting negative into people's minds. We need to have more positive in the news. We need to have more encouragement on how to keep our families together. We need more encouragement as to how we can better things for our kids, give their kids more attention instead of allowing these games to give them attention and the parents not. Yes, we all live busy lives and we may not have time, but we have to make time. We have to make time. As hard as it's going to be, we have to learn to multitask and we have to make time. Because when the kids see that you're making the time to love on them and to encourage them and say to them that I believe in you and say, I know you can do it, that you can accomplish anything that you want to, and that I'll always be your best cheerleader. I think if kids hear that, especially from their own parents and even from teachers in the school system, if kids hear that, then they're going to hear positive. See, hey, Margaret, welcome in. Welcome in. If kids hear that from both their parents and the teachers in the school system, if they hear that constantly, then that's going to put positive in their head. They're going to feel good about themselves, and they're going to treat others with respect. And, and there wouldn't be a lot of this bullying that goes on would not take shape as it does now. Hey, Joel, welcome in. Yeah, you may be laughing at it, but I'll tell you what, Joel. Think about it. You may say it's not reality. Hey, Sam Islam, welcome in. It's been a while. Good to see you. It's good to see you. Appreciate you joining. Yeah, you're still in there, see. Robert wanted to say that all word brings profit. I said, what was that? Oh, here, hold on. You guys are going fast. Brings profit, but mere talk only leads to poverty. That's right. Exactly. Yeah, talk is cheap, but encouragement, guys, encouragement's what people need today. We need encouragement. Yes, talk is cheap, but encouragement, there's no price on. If your family is struggling, encourage one another. We can do this. We can get out of this. We don't need to see that the grass is greener on the other side because it's going to lead to something different, just like what happened with my former. I don't want to see that happen to anyone. We live in uncertainty right now. The uncertainty is inevitable here, guys. I said at the beginning of the year, this was the year to prepare. Look at what's happened already. We're only less than 10 days into the month. And 2 months have already passed. Look what's happened already. We got 9 more months of this year, plus the rest of this month. So with what's going on right now, what can we do to make the rest of the months to where we don't have to worry, even though there's decisions that are being made for us? How can we put ourselves in a mode that says, okay, how can we prepare so in case things get worse, we're not going to be left out in the cold. We're not going to know what to do. Now's the time to prepare. Get your families together, say, what can you do if this happens? Don't throw it out in the air and say that, that's going to, but just put kind of a game plan together for anything that might happen. Got an order. What do we got? What do we got here? Another $7 order at Wendy's. All right. Yeah, nothing has been less than $7 today, guys. I like that. All right, let's go to Wendy's. So I guess for Purdue, I guess 7's a lucky number for them. Certainly looking like it. All right. Nothing wrong with that. 7's a good number. In fact, in Shelbyville, they've got a mini little cafe that's called the Lucky 7. So there's something to do with it. You know, there's some that are born on the two what they call lucky numbers. Like Fran, for instance, she was born on 713, the two lucky numbers. So does that make her a double lucky person? Maybe. That's if you believe in that. But I think that's kind of interesting to have, all these 7's appearing in this dash today. So I think that says something about it. All right, let me go in here and pick this up, and I shall return. Okay. All right, we can't verify the items, but we can take a receipt. There we go. All right, where are we going to with this one? I think this is like 2.2 miles or something. Okay. So, where are we going? Okay, we're going over towards the school. Okay. Yeah, this will be the last of the days to where, the last part of the dash to where you will be in Greensburg seeing the Pirates. Because it'll be the Cougars starting next week in Greenfield. Greenfield is the home of the Cougars. Reason why we're doing it there is because all kinds of things can happen in that we could go anywhere with all orders accepted on DoorDash. So
Drive south on North Broadway Street. Then, in a quarter mile, turn left onto East Burge Hill Lane.
Yeah. Okay. So many years growing up, we heard nothing but negativity here. Now trying my best each and every day, get ready to make a difference, especially in your own family. Yep. You want to teach your kids to be better than you were. Just like with my daughter and grandson. My daughter doesn't always make the best decisions, but she's grown up in a household to where her family, she's got a big family, by the way. Her mother is one of 9 siblings, and not all of them have made the best decisions in life, and she's watched all that and has made some not so great decisions herself. But I try to encourage her as much as I can, and my grandson too, because I want them to have a better life than I had. And you want that for all your kids. You want your kids are the next generation. You want them to be better than you. You want to teach them to not go through the struggles that you went through. You want your kids to have the best, or at least most people do. There are some that don't, and you can see the outcome of that. But our goal as parents is to really encourage our kids to be better than we were. Because they can set an example for the kids that they bring in the world, and then they can encourage their kids, or your grandkids for that matter, to say, we want you to be better than us. And you do what you can to raise them the best you can. I mean, no parent is perfect, because there isn't one. Whatever you can do with the time that you have, take the time to be an encourager. Take the time to show your kids that you love them unconditionally. I know that's hard for some parents to do.
Turn right onto North Lincoln Street.
But I guarantee that unconditional love pays dividends in the end, and it always will, because that's all a kid wants, is unconditional love from their parents. Every kid's going to make mistakes. Every parent's going to make mistakes.
Turn right onto North Lincoln Street.
But it's when you meet the happy medium between the two and you forgive each other for the mistakes you make, then everyone's going to win in the long run. It may not seem like it,
turn left onto Montgomery
but
Road.
it will happen. And it's going to take work on both sides to make it happen, because I guarantee there are some families, especially with siblings, that are happy, together because they learned that from their parents and they were always encouraged. Never constantly yelled at or saying that they were no good or anything of that nature. Because there are parents that had that, to their kids. You're no good for, for this, that, and the other, or I wish that you would have been,
Turn left onto Montgomery Road.
that there's someone that they compare someone else's kid to you.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto North Davidson Street.
What does that tell them? I'm not good enough for you. If you're always going to compare me with someone else, then maybe you should have, and then, there are some kids that stated, well, if you're going to compare me to someone else, then maybe they should be your kid, and maybe, and I shouldn't be. Some kids will take it that way. If you say it differently and say, I know you can do better than this, and as a parent, I will help you do better than this. All you got to do is come to me and ask me, and we can work on it together. That's what the kid needs to hear, not be compared to another kid.
Turn right onto North Davidson Street.
These are the little changes that we can make as a society
In 800 feet, turn left onto East Colonial Manor Drive.
that can stop all this madness, even though this is the month of madness. A lot of this can be prevented if we all come together and do that type of thing. But with the hustle and bustle that we're dealing with every day, it's hard to do that this day, because there are people that have 2 jobs and really don't have time for families and things of that nature. It's
Turn
yeah,
right to
it's hard.
Stannis Colonial Manor Drive. Then you will arrive at 937 East Colonial Manor Drive, Greensburg, Indiana
I think it's straight back, I
47240,
believe.
USA.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it is straight back. Okay. because I had that last
You
time.
have arrived at 937 East Colonial Manor Drive, Greensburg, Indiana 47240, USA.
Yeah, but there's a parking spot there that I can't park at, so I'm going to have to walk. I'm going to have to park here and walk down there. It's no big deal. I don't mind walking. Okay. All right, I'll be right back. Okay. Oh, it's almost 9 o'clock. We're at $37 here. Okay, let's turn Uber on here. I haven't turned them on yet, so maybe we can get some dirty stacks today. Well, here, I'll wait till I get up there towards the restrooms before I turn it on. So we'll just do that. Okay. Hey, your children have forgiven me for what you did. Okay, and see you on there, Yvonne. Welcome in. Yeah, biggest complainer. Millennials born between 75 and 85. Yeah. It just shows, though, that, like you said, Yvonne, you know, and I said, we're going to work on you, too, also today, for this, especially for the second part. We all made decisions, especially with kids, that we wish that, that we didn't do. And when your kids forgive you, I mean, that's nice and encouraging to hear, because that shows sincere of how someone is when they've made, when they haven't made the best decisions. But I'm just saying that, there was a time we chose to be parents. Whether when we were decided to make that choice, if we were in the best of position or not. Financially or whatever the case may be, we still chose to make that decision. And then when the fruition of that decision came about, then it was our choice then to figure out how we were going to, what we were going to do with that decision, and if we were going to be encouraging, to the children that we provided for the world. Because those children are here for a purpose. And they could be the children that could come up with some kind of invention and change the world. Because there's those that have said, those that have done really well and done stuff like that, they said, I was a mistake, and I wish that my parents didn't have me. But what ended up happening with them? Something created that they were a part of, and it changed the world. Now it's benefiting from that invention of some sort, regardless of what it may be. I mean, even something minimal, something you wouldn't even think was an invention at one time, something that we use every single day. It was a thought in somebody's head. It just makes you think. I mean, how would that thing that we use every day, like a toothbrush or a hairbrush or something like that, I mean, somebody had to invent that. Someone had to make that. I mean, you look at that and think, this was somebody's idea. It was somebody's idea that turned into something we use every day. And if that person didn't come up with that idea, would we not have that today? Probably not. So how did that person grow up? How did that person come up with that idea? These are little things that we, little stuff there that you think, yeah. The toothbrush, the hairbrush, the comb, who came up with that? Like the cars we drive, that was somebody's idea at one time. Who were the people behind that? How did they grow up? Were they encouraged? Because there were some that have said, said that division, you're going to, that invention, they'd be laughed at, it'll never happen. I'm sure there was the same thing with the light bulb. You'd found different ways for it to not happen. Probably laughed at, but one day it happened. One person's idea. Even if it takes a long time, that idea can still turn into something. I know all this seems far-fetched and stuff, but guys, this is stuff we got to kind of think about here. All right. Maybe I'll get a shop and deliver here. Maybe. Okay, I can get the Starbucks they say is open for Uber, so maybe I'll get that. Maybe I'll drive by there if I don't get anything here in a few minutes. So, but no, I just brought that up today, guys, because like I said, we're springing forward. This has to do with time. We're springing forward into, spring is just a little over a week away. Oh, we got another order. Hey, we got $8 this time. Well, Starbucks. I don't know. Since I'm going to Starbucks, could I get a dirty stack? Because Uber said Starbucks was heating up there. Maybe we could get one.
Then, in 200 feet, turn left onto North Lincoln Street.
Hey, I'm liking these $7, $8 orders today, guys. I'm liking that. Because this order right here will put me at $45, real close to
right onto State Road 3.
Close to my average.
Turn right onto State Road 3.
Even with all the lull time that we've had today talking about these things, well, I'm getting the good orders.
In 900
real good
feet,
orders.
Turn right onto East Freeland Road.
Even though it's few orders, there's still $7, $8. I haven't had anything less than $7 today.
Turn right onto East Freeland Road. Then turn left.
Nothing less than $7. So
turn left. Then turn left.
All right.
Indiana 47240. USA will be on the right. Drive north. Then,
No,
in
that's all right.
300 feet, 404 to 414 East Breland Road,
See, can I
Greensburg,
park up
Indiana
here?
47240. USA will be on the left. 404 to 414 East Breland Road, Greensburg,
Okay, let's
Indiana
park over here, I guess.
47240. USA is on the left.
All right, we'll park over here. All right. Okay, we'll go to Starbucks here. I'll be right back. Yeah, I mute the volume. It's just annoying. It is annoying. I will agree to that. It is. I totally agree. All right, be right back. All right. Hey, Sandra, welcome in. No language design. You need your music? Yeah. Well, yeah, I would play music, but the reason why I don't is because, of copyright reasons. So that's why I don't do that. Okay. Otherwise, I would. So I can't verify, but I can't, there's no receipt because they never give a receipt, but they do have the person's name on the bag, so they will do that. Okay. Yeah, Starbucks will never give a receipt. Okay, so we're going close to that area over there. All right. I'm sure there's got to be a shopping order coming soon. There just has to be. There usually is around 9 o'clock. especially at that one over there that likes to give teas. So because we'll be heading in that direction.
Turn left onto State Route 3.
All right. Yep, he's still sitting there, guys. Still sitting there waiting on someone to go real fast. Speaking of which, yesterday, if you guys didn't know, it was around the 1 hour and 30-minute mark yesterday. I was picking up after they received their second tea for that shopping order. Ended up getting Papa John's order. No, I'll just go this way. I'll just take First Street. But anyway, but yeah, there was picking up 2 Papa John's orders yesterday, and the camera angle wasn't all the great, but I saw a live arrest on my pickup at Papa John's yesterday. The counter girl, who I always thought was real nice and very pleasant towards people, someone that who would want to hire for their business because of how bubbly of a personality she had, that greeted customers and would make customers feel welcome. Well, for some reason they arrested her last night, and I was like, what? This girl? Why? Yeah, right in front of her coworkers and all the customers that were in there. Because I mean, she asked me about the 2 orders that I had, and the next thing I know, a police officer comes by and says, average tip about usually around $4. That's the average. Yeah. But anyway, I was saying, when I saw that, the police officer comes up right behind me and asks her name, because I knew that's what her name was, because they had said all the time, when I was in there picking up, she'd been there a while, and but the police officer asked her name and said, please come from behind the counter. And then they told her to put her hands behind her back. I was like, what? What on earth is going on? What did she do? Especially at work. What did she do? I mean, I was shocked. She didn't seem like the type that would do anything to get herself in that position. I was just shocked completely. Especially just have it done live in there. I mean, I wish I would have had my camera on, but I had to keep my camera on the other part to show the others the orders that I would have had. But I mean, I was parked outside the place in a bad angle to where you really couldn't see live her getting arrested. I thought I was in a spot to where you could see the tail end of it, but I guess you couldn't.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto East Central Avenue.
I couldn't believe it. Is that Shelbyville, Indiana? Well, it happened in Shelbyville. Yeah, this is Greensburg, though. Yeah. All right, Tyler. Let's not bring that up here, okay? Yeah, let's not bring that up in here. Let's not be nasty on there. So please, this is a family-friendly channel. Let's keep it that way. So let's bring up. You'd have no idea who's watching. Let's not talk about nasty stuff on there, okay? I appreciate you joining, though, but, let's keep it family-friendly.
In 500 feet, turn right onto Northeast Street.
Okay, so we're going the opposite side this time. Okay, usually I'm turning left up here, but
Northeast Street.
I'm turning
then
this way.
420 Northeast Street, Greensburg, Indiana 47240. USA will be on the right.
Okay. So I guess it's this one here.
420 Northeast Street, Greensburg, Indiana
So I gotta park up here because I can't park on that side of this.
Right.
Yep, right over here. All right. Can't park on that side of the street. Okay. I'll be right back. Where are we going to? I'll just drop off this order here to this customer. Okay, we're sitting at 46. Well, I guess there's the customer out there just going outside in their back. Now they're seeing that they got their order. All right. Okay, let's get back to town here. We still got 48 minutes on this dash here, so before we take our first break. Let's see, can I go this way? Yeah, I think I can. All right. Yeah, that was just a real bad area that I was in over there. All right, we're back on the regular street here. Oh, what I love about Sunday morning. Do you make a lot of money do that? I said, I have been lately. If DoorDash and Uber work together, I have been. I mean, I didn't have an Uber order last night because DoorDash basically took the whole show. Because DoorDash kept sending me orders, I really couldn't turn Uber on yesterday. So, because usually when DoorDash slows down, then Uber picks the pace up. And then there's some days to where Uber's nonstop, and then I don't turn DoorDash. Okay, that's just a little bad area over there. I think I'm going to stop going in that area. For some reason, the signal over there is not good today. So I won't come back that way then. I'll just take Broadway Street on the way back now. Yeah. Okay, we're going to turn here. What's to my right there could be one of the biggest game changers, you know. Because I've had $30, $40, and $50 Aldi shopping orders before. And that's why you want to keep your shopping rate, you know, at the highest level you can so that you can get those orders. Because those orders are game changers. They're the difference between having, you know, a good day and a fantastic day. Because one day it was a disastrous shopping order, but there was the one time that I was here, I had a $50 Aldi order. And there's a lot of, I mean, it really wasn't worth the $50 with everything that I had to go through with it because it took a long time. But for me to make $50, I have to work a little over 3 hours. And I think for that $50 order, I think it took me like an hour and 25 minutes or something like that. Less than half the time that would have taken me, you know, to originally make $50. But yes, it was a disastrous shopping order, but as far as the $50 part of it, that I did like. Okay, so it says 5 more minutes here. I mean, like I said, I don't dash in Greensburg that much on Sunday, so I'm just, you know, looking to see. I mean, we're just playing it by ear today to see how would Purdue actually have done even if Iowa was not disqualified. So how would they have done? Would they have, you know, would it have been worth it for them to do this? Or, you know, would they have made the $160 that Iowa did, or, you know, or not? We don't know. Somebody sent 125 some jewels. Oh, I didn't see that. Okay. Yeah, too much yapping. Let's break the monotony here and let's do a little music for that. YouTube friendly music. Thanks for those jewels, and also for Karma Pinoy Giver. I need to write that name down while I'm thinking about it. Let me go ahead and do that. Karma Pinoy Giver. All right, they're in. Oh, Sandra, you write books? Oh, okay. Well, I'm an author myself. So, yeah, I'm an author myself. I have a book out there on the shelf. It's called One Piece Leads to Eight. It's on Amazon. So yeah, I'm also an author. Besides that, I mean, I was talking about that book today, and also I was, being the discussion that we're having today, was talking about this book here that I recommend that everybody read. It's from Troy Brewer, Redeeming Your Timeline. That book, basically, it's a book about decisions that you made and how you can release the shame and guilt of those decisions, and how you can take, the decision that you made, how you can turn it around, how you can be forgiven for that decision, not only by yourself, but also by others and the spiritual realm, how you can be forgiven for all that and start a new chapter, because all of that can be forgiven and forgotten, especially in the spiritual realm, if you don't constantly bring it up. To really free yourself of all that guilt and shame for that decision. That's why I said, if there was a time that you made a bad decision that affected a lot of people and hurt a lot of people, including yourself or those in your immediate family, if you could go back and tell your younger self not to do that, what year would it be and why? Because even though you physically cannot do that, or at least no invention has been made to where you can do that as of yet, you can still release yourself of the shame and guilt of that decision and move forward, and not just constantly penalize yourself over that. Don't punish yourself for something that you did, years later down the road, because it's still going to affect everybody. Kind of what Ma Dukes was telling me earlier. Don't hold on to the bitterness. Don't hold on to the resentment. Don't hold on to that stuff. I mean, sure, you can be a little upset at what happened, but you don't constantly keep bringing it up and keep making it like that. Allegedly Soldograph, you wouldn't change anything about your life, every lesson required to get me to the place I'm at now. Okay, well, that's good then. If you don't want to change anything, if you didn't make a bad decision, then you're free to do that. Awesome. Okay, I'm glad to hear someone feels that way. That's great. Yeah. Another order. What is that? Dollar General. All right. Which one?
Drive east.
Oh, okay. Right up here. Okay, that's good. Not the one down there on Michigan Avenue. Okay, that's good. Well, that's our first one that's under $7. That's under, that's under $7, but it's okay. It's $5. I'll take it. I mean, I'd rather make the $5 than not make anything at all. So at least it'll put me at over $50 at that point, which I'm grateful for. Okay. Yeah, you got gas money. I said, yeah, gas is $3.59 here. And just like a little over a week ago, it was like, $2.75 or something like that. It went up almost 90 cents. All because of a decision that was made. Yeah, gas is grossly high right now. Oh, yeah. I saw the price in California where Roy is, almost $8. How can you make it on $8 out there? It's no wonder he's not doing gig work anymore. If your gas is going to be around $8, yeah. And gig work would be highly discouraged if it's going to be that high. That's a lot of money for gas. A lot. I mean, the gas out there is more than double what it is here. Unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, wish it was back in the older days. That's why I'm thinking about, if there was a time I'd go back, I want to go back where gas was 50 cents. Yeah. That's the way it was in the early 70s when I was going around with my dad a lot. He was buying gas for 50 cents and he didn't pump it himself. He just went in there and they pumped it for him and did all that extra stuff. You don't see that anymore today. You got to do everything yourself. All right, let me go shop here real quick. I think it's 6 items I got, so I should be back shortly. Very easy shopping order. I just wish they were all that way, but unfortunately they're not. All right. Let's see. They also said, "Once upon a time, there was a boy who did not have any food." I say that boy was me the last week. I said, "What's the name of my book? It's on Amazon too. That's my book." Well, one of my coworkers is is an avid reader, so she'll read anything. I mean, I see what the name of that book, Sandra. I said, put the title on there. Now I'll do that, and because I mean she's interested in stuff like that, so I'll and I'll run that by her to see if something that she might like. I mean, when she's not doing any, when she's in between her checks, she reads. So put that title on there, and then I'll run it by her to see if she has time for that. I don't have time to read her. I do it myself.
Then turn left.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have time to hardly do anything with me doing 2 jobs. I really barely have time to do anything at all. That's why I don't.
Drive southwest.
I'd be doing a lot of reading.
900 feet. Turn right onto North Broadway Street.
Yeah, going through back here. What do you mean at your book? No, the title of yours, the one that you said. Yeah, the title of yours there, the one that you put. As you said, that was your book title. All right, hold on here. The customer just sent me a message. What'd they say? Let me see. Hang on here. I see. Yeah, put that up there. What your title is? What'd they say?
North Broadway Street.
Please do not knock. Well, I don't unless you tell me to. So, yeah, I won't. I don't knock unless you tell me otherwise. People don't want to be bothered. That's why I don't knock on doors or ring doorbells. Because most people have cameras in front of their house. They know if you're there anyway. So, I just tell you I appreciate your business.
Onto West Smith Road. Then turn right.
And just leave it at that. If you want me to knock, then I will. Otherwise, you don't have to worry about that. Once upon a time, there was a boy who did not have any food. That's the name of the book.
Turn right onto North Edgewater Drive. Then, in 300 feet, 2124.
Okay, that sounds like an opening. It doesn't sound like the title of the book. If there was a title of the book, because usually there isn't a title long. If there was a title to the book, then I would see what that was. Storm Rooster, right? Still cold front. Yeah.
2124 North Edgewater Drive.
Okay, it's the next one down here.
47240. USA is on the right.
Just like the title of my book is One Piece Leads to 8. That's the title of my book. Oh, this part right here. I'm not going to park in bad spots. They're not going to care. I'd rather park here than park in a spot I'm not supposed to. All right, I'll be right back. All right. Yeah, I go up there. I said, that is the name of your book. Wrote it's on Amazon. Right by. Okay. But good to read. Okay, I'll just have to look. I'll just have to, look up your title and see if I can. I'm sure there's got to be an actual title. I mean, it may be the story, but I mean, I'll just have to find out that what is. I mean, it could be the title of a series, just like the series that I have. I mean, the books that I have on there. That One Piece Leads to 8. That's that's the first of a series of 7. The actual series is from Loss to Faith and Family, because there was a lot of loss in my life. That's the reason why I wrote that. I mean, the story is all fictional, but it's similar to some of the stuff that I went through. So that's the reason why I wrote that. And I wrote those books because at the same time, I don't want anyone to have to go through the stuff that the main character went through. I mean, it was similar, kind of similar to what I went through, but not always. I made it look a whole lot worse than it really was, because there are some out there that could relate to that, because they've had stuff happen to them that was that was written that worse, or even much worse than that. So I kind of wrote it for that reason, because I don't want to have anyone to have to suffer like that. And it's all because of decisions that were made to the main character, that his parents made or others in his life made, that impacted his life, to which it taught him to where he would know that in his life he didn't want to make those same decisions that other parents or other kids or the school made on his behalf. That he knew that he could live life a lot differently and not do the same stuff that he was taught. Yeah, One Piece Leads to 8. Yes. Yeah. I've got the I'll go get it. I have the book. Just stick with me, Sarah. Let me as soon as I park up here in my spot where I wait, I do have the book. I'll go back and show you what it looks like, so you know exactly what you're looking for. I mean, it's really a good read. It makes you think. It shows how some kids grow up that don't have to grow up that way. It shows kind of what Ma Dukes was talking about earlier when I had an earlier discussion similar to that. So I don't want to go into full detail as to what it is. You'd have to purchase the book to see for yourself. So, and there will be one time when this contest is over, I will have a group of books. There, a boy who has blue cover, Cindy brown hair, holding an original for an apple. Okay, well, yeah, I'd have to take a look at that. But let me go here and park, and I'll show you the book that I wrote, and then you can see what it looks like, so that you know what you're looking for. And at some point, when my financial stuff gets caught up or in a good spot, then I can go back to doing the writing again, because I'm getting close to retirement age, and as soon as I'm able to reach that age and retire, which is not too far, then I'm going to continue my writings and just spend most of my time on that, and do this gig work as as a side hustle, because I will be collecting retirement at that point. So, and then I'll have time to do that. So, well, let me park here, and I'll go get that book, and I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. All right, it's in the back here. Let me go get it here. I'll show you what I mean. This is basically my copy because it's been through some stuff. But anyway, there it is right there. One piece leads to 8. Yep. And the book kind of looks like it's got a crossword puzzle right there. Crossword puzzle that the from Lost to Faith and Family. That's what the From Lost to Faith and Family is in crossword puzzle form. That's the series title, but the book title is One Piece Leads to 8. Here, I'll show it to you one more time. Right there. Right there. That's the book that I wrote that got on the shelf in 2023. And the only way that got on the shelf, because I visited Mississippi in 2022. And when I visited Mississippi in 2022, I thought, well, I'd been to Alabama to see the ocean. I've been to Florida to see the ocean. But I hadn't been to Mississippi. So I thought, okay, I'll just take a trip down there and see what it's like, what the ocean was like down there in Mississippi. So I did that. And then, I drive down there on 90, I guess is what it is. And then, I saw a sign that pointed to a bookstore if I made a couple of right turns. So then I go and visit that bookstore and just go and see what was in there, because I thought maybe there might be a chance. Could I put my book in there or something? And lo and behold, the owner of the store had a brochure sitting next to her cash register. So I pick up that brochure and I said, "This is a publisher?" And she goes, "Yeah, that's my best friend. We were in the Navy together." And I'm like, "Really?" And she goes, "Yeah, she's my best friend." I told her about my book and everything, and she goes, "Well, why don't you take that brochure and take the information and tell her that I sent you and see where it might take you." And next thing you know, I had a publisher. And that's how that book got on Amazon and became a bestseller within the first week. So, yep. Yeah. This was Biloxi. And then, I was traveling down from Biloxi to Gulfport, and the store was actually in Gulfport, but there was a sign that said, so-and-so's books, and so I went and checked it out, and, and that's how, like I said, it was her best friend. They were in the Navy together years ago, and they were best friends, and I thought, okay. So next thing I know, I had a publisher, and it took like 7 months or something to put it together, and it was finally came out in 2023, and for 1 week it was a bestseller. So, because it sold so many at one time. I mean, of course it slowed down, but yeah. Give me a Big Mac, please. I say, Ian, did you know that they got the Big Arch now? Which is bigger than the Big Mac? I'm surprised you didn't ask for the Big Arch. Because that's what's popular now. The Big Mac is pretty much going away. If the Big Arch sells a lot more, they just might do away with the Big Mac. Yeah. Yeah, what? The Big Arch. Yeah, the Big Arch is now, you didn't hear about that? Yeah. Yeah. You didn't hear about that? Yeah, McDonald's now has what they call the Big Arch, which is bigger than the Big Mac. You didn't know? Yeah. Yeah, there's those that order the Big Arch meal now. Yeah, it's twice the size of it's a lot bigger than the Big Mac. Oh, another order. $9. Speaking of McDonald's, here we go. Now, you can't really see it, but it is McDonald's. All right.
Drive east.
Don't have to. All right, I'm just going to walk up there now. All right. We're talking about McDonald's. Here I get a $9 order that's going to put me over 60. That's all I can ask for. I'll be right back. Okay, so they're out of the bags they normally would serve this in. All right then. Interesting. All right. But yeah, Ian, they serve the big arch here now, which is bigger than the Big Mac. And they're ordering more of that now than they are the Big Mac. I think if the big arch sells well, I think the Big Mac's going to be extinct. It may not, you may not see the Big Mac much anymore. Okay, where are we going to? Apartment complex. Okay. All right.
Drive east, then turn left onto North Lincoln Street.
Yep, going to apartment complex. Go ahead and come through here. I'm not worried about it, as I'm going to wait for these cars to come up here anyway. Yeah, there's somebody over there, so all right. All right.
In 700 feet, turn left onto State Road 3. Turn left onto State Road 3.
And so when this ends, then we're just going to go on ahead and that'll be the end of the first dash, because it'll be around 10 o'clock, unless they give me an order before the 10 o'clock buzzer, because then, since Purdue's already in, they can decide to stay here, or they can go back to Shelbyville and try to get dirty stacks, to which they will probably do the latter.
1 mile, turn right toward us under
Because they can.
21.
Because they're already in the Final Four. Better chances of Uber orders there. But then again, there's also chances of Miller Avenue shopping orders too. So who knows? There's an Aldi there too, and a Kroger. So there's no Kroger here. So yeah. They do have a Needler's Market, which is affiliated with Kroger, but most of the time they don't have the stuff there at that Needler's Market, so that's a place to stay away from here. Oh, okay, it's going back the other direction. Okay, yeah, it is. All right. Yeah, so we'll be going in the right direction to be heading back towards Shelbyville anyway, so this is perfect. Maybe this order was designed for that. I hope you're still not guessing his age. Oh, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm not guessing his age.
In a half mile, turn right toward us underscore 421.
Yeah, he'll probably be not saying anything. I know exactly what it is. The big arch. If you didn't know with a big arch, I'm like, that's huge right now. Yeah, I pay not too much attention to him, because they're already putting all kinds of gibberish in there.
Turn right toward us underscore 421.
See, well, this guy was guessing how old I was. Oh, really? Well, all you got to do is look at last week, the Penn State Dash. You'll see a cake with the numbers on it. That'll tell you what I was. Plus, I mentioned what I was on Fran's Discord last night when they were playing that yo game. They got to the number, and I told him what I just turned, and yeah, that way. So in case he wants to guess, he's got that opportunity. All he's got to do is go to the dash where the cake is, right next to the house with the Penn State logo.
Turn left onto West Vandalia Road.
And that'll tell him. Yeah, he thought you sounded like you were 23 because you sounded and talk. Oh, I wish I was that again. Yeah. I wish I was.
600 feet. Turn left onto North Liberty Circle
I
East.
mean, it's nice to feel young at heart, I'll tell you that. Yeah.
Turn left on Liberty Circle East.
It really would be nice to be back there. See, when,
In a quarter mile, turn left onto West Brockworth Drive.
that was 1990 when I turned that age. Yeah. That was 1990 when I was that age. 1990. See, what was going on in 1990 for me? The Cincinnati Reds won the World Series. Yeah. Yeah. Where Marty Brennaman made the call. He said, let's see. The Benzinger backing and calling. And the 1990 World Championship belongs to the Cincinnati Reds.
Greensburg, Indiana,
That was the main highlight of 1990. Yep. And the 1990 World Championship belongs to the Cincinnati Reds.
Indiana 47240. USA is on the right.
All right. Which one is it? And I just got an update that says Shelbyville is busy. It's going to take me a while to get there. Oh, okay. Right over, right across from the way. All right. Drop this off. I'll be right back. All right. That's the end of round one. But guys, look at that. Almost 10 o'clock, my average for 4 hours. Okay. All right. Yeah, you got to wait another 10 minutes for the next one. So I'll shut Uber down now. And, oops, here. Go offline, turn it back on when I get back to Shelbyville. So, all right. Purdue can do that because, since Iowa's out, they can decide to go back to Shelbyville for round two. Okay. And that's what they will do. You like chatting with me? I appreciate chatting with you, Sandra. If you definitely check out my book, you'll find some interesting stuff in there. You really will. Stuff that you or those that around you can learn something from it. I mean, and that's all I really would want is for those to learn something from it. Wait, Fran has a Discord? Yeah, she does. Yeah, she does. Here, hold on here. Well, I can't show it to you on that one. I'd have to show it to you. Yeah, Fran does have a Discord. She sure does. Yeah. She sure does. Next time you see her, ask her about it, and she'll give you the link to it. Yeah, she sure does. Does the money on my card? I said, yeah. I mean, I have money that goes on a separate card. Yeah. But I gotta go through some steps to release it because with the way things are, you gotta guard it, which is why you go through certain steps before you can use anything, so that they know it's you and not some imposter that's trying to claim your identity. You got to do that these days. Yeah, there's 5 steps. You're going to get the book. I really would appreciate that, Sandra. And I'll look for yours too. I mean, I wish I knew there was an actual title, but from what you wrote there, I can go and, go back and rewind this, because all I got to do is hit this thing and it says who the people were, and I'll look for yours. In fact, I already know what your name is. I can look at your name and see what that is. So yeah. But yeah, we don't just talk about dashing stuff or anything like that. There's other things too. As a matter of fact, probably when this contest is done and we're talking about other stuff, I think the name's going to change to Big 3 Dashing and More, because there's more stuff that I want to incorporate in the channel to where it's not just so much about dashing stuff, that there's other stuff too, because I like talking about certain topics, trying to get everyone to be prepared and to not go through certain things that that I went through, and because like I say, we're living in uncertainty, and when we're living in uncertainty, being prepared is so essential right now. And all I really want to do is I don't want to see anyone suffer. I just don't. Suffering isn't fun. It just isn't. And if you have to suffer for years like I did from decisions that I made, if I can save someone the trouble of doing that kind of thing and repeat what I did, then I know I've done my due diligence and my good deed to prevent someone from going through heartaches like I went through. So, my name, it's DJ. My name is on the book, by the way. Yeah, you'll see my name on the book. Yeah. You'll see exactly who I am. That is my name. Yeah, my name is on the book there. So when you look at my name, you will see my name on the book. So, yeah. I am the actual author of that book. It was a book that I wrote years ago that I finally was able to get. Let's see, I actually first started writing that book in April 11th of 2011. And April 11th of 2024 was the day that I started my YouTube channel. And the only reason I started my YouTube channel on April 11th, because 2 days afterward, the person that was the responsible person for creating that channel, he started his channel 2 days after, on April 13th. And I'm talking about Dashing Across America, Chuck, Dashing Across America. He's the only reason why I have a channel today. Because he was doing dashing, and he showed me certain about how to be the best dasher you can be. And when I learned that, okay, I said, it feels weird for me to call you DJ because your husband's name is DJ. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Isn't that something? Yeah. Yeah. You do not have any feet. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll have to look that up. Okay. Kind of a long title, but I will have to look that up. Okay. Yeah, you will learn some stuff in there. And if you like what you read and what you learn in that book, definitely tell your friends about it, because there's a lot to learn in there, and some of that will correlate up to today. Yeah. I'm just going to call you Pick 3 Dashing, your name is DJ. Yeah. And that's something. Yeah. Does he ever ask you, does he ever tease you and say, I just say, yes, are you referring to me or the DJ that you follow on YouTube? Does he ever ask you that? Because if he does, I mean, that's kind of interesting. Wow. It even shows how the spiritual realm can allow you to meet certain people at certain times. That some things aren't really done just by chance. Just like, and I was mentioning my farmer earlier today. her son had the same exact birth date as my dad. And then my coworker at work that I work with in the quality lab, she also has the same birthday as my dad. You see how that works out, guys? Things don't really just happen by chance. Sometimes the spiritual realm will work it out to where you're at a certain place at a certain time for a reason. And why that is, I don't know. He does question. Are you referring to me? Are you referring to the DJ on YouTube that you follow? Who is it you're talking to? I can see him saying that. Does he ever watch me? I'm just curious. If he does, I certainly appreciate it. If he doesn't have time, I understand that too. I mean, I get it. Time is limited these days because we got to do all this work, because it's not like it was back in the 70s where only the husband worked and nobody else had to do anything. Today, it's not like that. You got to have 2 or 3 jobs. What's my day job? I'm quality control for household products. Yeah. Quality control for household products. That's what I do as my W-2. I mean, the place that I'm working at is kind of in a rebuild mode right now, so I'm kind of not doing that right now. I'm doing a lot of cleaning at this point to try to get ready for when they do reopen after the rebuild. That's kind of what I'm doing at this point. But that is my normal job, quality control for household products. That's what I do. I'm virtually no, because he's not interested in this kind of stuff. I said, if it's not his cup of tea, hey, that's fine. But I figured sure he would be curious as to who you're watching and why. But that just shows that he fully trusts you, and that's a good thing. If he says, I don't care, and all that kind of stuff, but that shows proof of trust. That's what that shows. And I like that. If someone shows a proof of trust in that way, that's a keeper. That's definitely a keeper. It's unfortunate that there's not a lot of guys out there that are like that, though. Or ladies, for that matter. Because it goes both ways. You take care of people in their home health care. Oh, that's a good profession. Yeah, there's a lot of need for that, especially here in Indiana. There's a lot of need for that. There's just some people that just don't have the patience for that kind of thing. But this is the baby boomers' time right now, to where it's like Stallone said in his Rocky VI movie to hit to the boardroom directors, when he said, the older we get, the more things we got to leave behind. That's life. And for some people, it's mobility. And that's unfortunate, because no one should have to go through that. So they need those, that are caretakers that'll take care of them. And that's a good profession, and I certainly applaud you for being in that profession, because that's a good thing. It really is. Good job. See, can you trust me just not enough to where he understands I got to do what I got to do yet? But hey, if he's not interested in what you're doing, or doesn't even want to watch or anything, like I said, that's proof of trust. Yeah. He trusts you with his heart by not getting involved, and that's a good thing. And like I said, that's a keeper. Didn't do that when I got out of high school. Oh, really? Well, there really is a need for that here in Indiana. There really is. There's a major need for that. We have a shortage of nurses and caretakers in this state. We really do. I applaud those that are in that business. Because it does take a lot of patience to deal with that. Because my mother got into that kind of position, only not caretaker in the home, when she went into the hospice unit. Because when she went into the hospice unit, she became nearly impossible to be around. And I applauded the nurses that were there that were taking care of her at that time and putting up with the stuff that she was going through. But, you know, her lung cancer was getting the best of her, and she only had so much time to live. And the doctor had no choice but to do that. And, you know, he said she was really that close. And he said, you know, it was a question of time. He said he hated, you know, he absolutely adored her. And he said, he absolutely hated, you know, like the Dickens, to have to put her in there. But he just, you know, he poured his heart out and said he wished he didn't have to. But he said there's nothing more that he could do, and her days are numbered. And I said, well, doctor, you got to do what you got to do. It was devastating. I mean, I had to, like I said, I had to drop out of school to take care of her, drop out of college. Otherwise, I would have graduated from Indiana, because I went there from 95 to 1985 to 1987. At least I was there on campus when Keith Smart hit that shot to win the basketball championship in '87. That's one of the reasons why I'm doing this dashing tournament, was because of that. I saw that on campus. I was on campus when I saw that. I was a part of that. That was the most electrifying, most exciting thing I'd ever seen happen. I'd never seen such craziness when Indiana was declared the champion. I'd never seen anything like that. I mean, it was just sheer madness out there in the streets. Sheer madness all around the campus. That's all it was. Unbelievable. I'd never seen anything like that. It was the same way when they won the football tournament this year. It was like, that was the most incredible thing I'd ever seen. Most incredible thing I'd ever experienced as a student there at that university. That classes were canceled the very next day, because they won the championship. Nobody was going to be going to class because everybody was, was too much into, to winning the championship. Because that game, of course, was played on a Monday night. And you know why they play the championship game on a Monday night when they know classes are on Tuesday? There are a lot of those, there were a lot of coaches that disagreed with that. Bob Knight was one of them. He absolutely hated Monday night games. I mean, it was hard enough to play on the other days of the week, let alone that Monday night. And some of those games were after 9 o'clock, which was ridiculous, especially if kids had to go to class the next day. I mean, they're, by the time they shower and get out of everything and they get ready, it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. Then they got to get up, five hours later and be in class the next day? Or if they were out of town, they had to do something about that. I mean, I'm sure that was rough on them. But that Monday night game was always after 9 o'clock. The championship game. And they knew that no one else was going to go to school that day because they won the championship. I mean, by the time that game was over, it was near midnight. But here, everyone's all over campus and just all kinds of excitement, exuberance. I mean, it's almost like they were getting ready to just absolutely tear their town apart, all because they won. if I moved down there, I could get a job. Oh yeah, if you moved here to Indiana, I don't care anywhere in Indiana, I don't care where it is, especially Indy, which I don't really recommend anybody go to because Indy's kind of crazy right now. But there's a major shortage of jobs in Indy for caretaking. There really is. I see it all the time. Because, I mean, even jobs that I signed up for years ago, I'm still getting emails for them if I'm ever still interested in finding some other kind of position, which I'm not. But I still get emails from them, even when I, unsubscribe from them. For some reason, they still send them to me, and there's all kinds of home health care stuff I see on there. You would not have a problem getting a job in Indiana, Sandra, for doing that. You would not. You'd be hired right on the spot because we're so short on that kind of thing. And nurses, too. I mean, we have a major shortage of nurses in Indiana. Good morning. Hey, Karen. Well, welcome in. Appreciate you joining. Thank you. Yeah, we're just taking a little bit of a short break here. Doing a little in between. Purdue made $60 on the first part. Usually we would stay in Greensburg, but because we're doing something a little different today because we want to incorporate Uber in this if we can. And, they decided to come to Shelbyville because they can do it, because they were automatically put into the Final Four with Iowa's disqualification last night. So things are a little bit different. So I'm just going to take a little bit of a short break here and go and do something real quick before I go. Before we get ready to start round two. And yeah, not too bad. I mean, just to get your average, I mean, no matter what city I'm in, doesn't matter what city I'm in, I always average about 15 an hour. And even with all the slow time that I was there, all the orders added up to $60 for me to get my average in a 4-hour time period. So it seemed to have worked out. And they say, well, it's just your average day. Well, I'll tell you what, it's better to be par than above par, like in golf. You know what I mean? Par golf is better than bogey golf, right? I mean, you don't really exactly compare that to that, but I mean, if you're making your average, well, then of course, it's like making par in golf. You're doing your average. But if you're under average after 4 hours, then it's like you're playing bogey golf. Or if you're more than, or you could be doing double bogey golf, depending on, how much money that it is. But if you go for $20 an hour, then you're playing birdie golf or eagle golf, depending on how much it is. So that's how I compare it. The reason why I say that is because I was a caddy at one time while I was going through high school. My dad had passed away, and I said my mom really couldn't do that much work, and so I had to do something. So I was a golf caddy during the weekends, and then when school was out, I also did that during the week. That's basically what my job was. So I knew about all that golf terms and followed golf the whole time. So that's how I incorporated that. Yeah. Weather forecast. It's going to get a little bit cooler, but all that rain is done. All that rain's done. At least for now. All that rain that we had over the week is officially done. It is going to get cooler, but I would rather have the cooler weather than the rain. That's definitely for sure. I got tired of that rain. Because it was flooding a lot. But rain will bring these, the time for these Canada geese to show up. Speaking of which, it's about the Canada geese. Speaking of which, whoever wins this tournament will face off against Dashing Goose, the yearly, the annual. He always takes on the winner. And he's got an unbeaten streak going on right now. Will he continue to keep his streak alive no matter who wins this? We got to find that out. Okay, I'm just going to go in here for a couple minutes, guys. I'm going to let this one phone charge up, and I'll put it back on my other phone when it comes in here, because we're going to get ready to do round 2. So, only be a couple minutes. I just got to do a couple of things. Who knows? I might have some shopping orders here later on. So, anyway, so let me ask you something, DJ. If you've been hurt by someone, move away from them. Oh, Sandra, yeah, I was definitely hurt by somebody. Yeah, yeah, I have. I've been hurt by a lot of people, but especially by somebody back in 2003. And I explained about that. I mean, Ma Dukes kind of needed to calm me down because she thought I was still showing some kind of bitterness and resentment. And I appreciate her for doing that. But, you know, like I said, and I did on live air, I said I totally forgave her for what she did. But that whole story, if you go back around near the beginning, you'll hear exactly what I'm talking about as far as that. You know, I was mentioning the fact that you know, thinking that you can have your cake and eat it too, especially at these times right now when our uncertainty is. I'm saying you better be thinking about that, because that's not a good idea to do at any time, because the consequences of that could be disastrous for you and your family. And you'd have to go back and rewind to that part to where I explain all that to you, because you don't want to have to go through that. Okay, give me a couple minutes. I'll be right back and we'll get ready to start round 2. Okay. Now I got one more stop to make over there. We'll start round 2. All right. What do you say? Gonna get a place to low income? Oh yeah, there's all kinds of stuff that you could do there, Sandra. Yeah, there's all kinds of places that in Indy. You just got to look. Indy's a huge town. Not really recommended, to be there. I mean, but there's other towns also you could look that are suburbs, kind of like the one that I'm in. Yeah, like I said, no matter where you go, you just look and find what you think is going to be the best as far as living is concerned, because there are places here you just got to shop around. Yeah, you got to be like Smokey Robinson, shop around. Yeah, that's what you got to do. You got to shop around. Yeah, it's going to take a little time, but I guarantee you, if you shop around and follow Smokey Robinson's advice, I think you will get, you will definitely, land what it is that you want. Yeah. Because if you come to Indiana, you want to make sure that you get in the right spot and don't put yourself in a position, to where it's not going to be the best place. Okay. I'm sure that India Gig Life, who is probably lurking right now, will probably tell you the same thing. Yeah, I kind of had to get something to drink there because my throat was getting a little dry. All right, well, let me go and make this one little last stop up here, and we'll get ready to start round 2. Yeah, you're welcome. Anything that I can do to help somebody out, that's what I want. Okay. I'm not sure where exactly you're from, Sandra, but I mean, like I said, we have such a shortage of nurses and caretakers here, it's not even funny. I mean, I'm seeing ads for that all the time, even on billboards and stuff out here in some of these restaurants. There's that all the time, such and such facility needs caretakers, or, someone is, an independent person puts out an ad, a caretaker for my mom, or a caretaker for my dad or my grandma, or whatever the case may be, personal people that put that stuff up. Can you trust those people? I don't know. But I see those that are on there all the time. I mean, would it be better to trust a person who puts out an ad or a facility? We don't know. Because either one may not be on the up and up. It depends on, what it is. You have to, like I said, do like Smokey Robinson said, shop around. He wrote that song for a reason. You got to shop around. Don't just take the first thing that comes to you. That's why you date. That's why you job hunt. That's why you do all that. You always necessarily take the first thing that comes. If you shop around and see, who the best might be for you, that's when you can make the better decision. Falcon, hey Falcon, welcome Atlanta. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think you could do better here in Indiana than Atlanta. I'm not saying that Atlanta's bad, okay? I'm not saying that, because, I've always been a Braves fan. I always have. As a matter of fact, I watched the Braves clinch the division from the Giants back there in 1991. Yeah, I was there live when they did that. When they clinched the division and went on to the... and then went on to the World Series, only to get beaten 7 games by the Twins. So, but yeah, I was there. I was there when they clinched the division that day. Yeah, I was there. But yeah, ever since then, like I said, I was pretty much Braves fan since then. Being from Chicago, I was always a Cubs fan. But if the Cubs weren't doing anything, or the Cincinnati Reds weren't doing anything, because my grandparents were Cincinnati Reds fans, which made my parents Cincinnati Reds fans. Well, that's why I mentioned Marty Brennaman in 1990, because that was the famous call of 1990. So, when someone was guessing my age. Okay, I'm going to switch it around here, guys, for a minute. Okay. Oops, I didn't mean to accidentally hit something there. I didn't mean to do that, but I'll have to erase that. All right. Okay. Yeah, I had to turn it around there for something there, guys. So just give me a second and I'll put it back here in a minute. Just got to take care of something real quick here. And then we'll start round 2. And hopefully we'll get some Uber. I'd like to do some Uber. Okay, that's interesting. It never does that, but maybe just for today. All right. All right, just bear with me here, guys, for a minute while I take care of this. All right. All right. I don't know why it's doing that. All right. Maybe this thing isn't working. Either that or I'll have to do it in 2 separate segments or something. It usually does not do that. Huh, worked that time. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay, let's get ready to start round 2. You need a new place to stay? Okay. Lots of good places to Vern. All you got to do is just, there's some good places to look. Like I said, shop around. You'll find something. Yeah. I mean, they call Indiana Hoosier hospitality. I haven't really seen too much of that of late, but but it is there. You just got to find it. Yeah. There'll be those that'll lead you in the right direction. Okay, let's go and park somewhere here. Maybe if I can park at a certain spot over here, then we will start round 2. And hopefully we'll get some Uber. That would be nice. Get some good Uber orders. Okay. With it being Sunday, I said, we'll be good on a Sunday, maybe? I don't know. I don't know what it would have been in Greensburg, but see, they didn't have to dash in Greensburg for the full hour because they were already qualified to be in the tournament. So, okay. Let's get ready for round 2. Dirty Stack drawings still apply because they are technically dashing, even though they're already in. They are still technically dashing. So Dirty Stacks still do apply for winners of memberships. So if you're a member and you can win. Ma Dukes became a member today, so I'll definitely need to. Forgot to write her down. I will put her down here in just a second. Just remembered that. So I'll write her name down here while we're sitting here waiting for orders. I'm going to put them both on. I usually sit right here because, you know, there are times, especially at this time of day, you will get Denny's orders and you will get Starbucks orders. So that's usually why I start here. I mean, of course, you'll get the others too, but around this time when some places aren't open yet, these are your two main places here. So, all right. Let's see. You're not going 24 miles between all three of them. Bags of cat food, 1 bag of dog food, and 3 things of candy, and a trash can. Very interesting choice of items. Yeah, that is a very interesting choice of items. I will agree on that. Okay. Okay, so we'll erase all this. All right. Just looking up stuff here. I'm going to show, let's see, I was looking to see if there was, because I just got a thing about jobs again. I was just looking to see if they had stuff about the healthcare stuff. I'm just wondering if there was anything. I don't see anything on here now, but I get that all the time. Okay, so I didn't see anything on that there. So, but yeah, it doesn't mean that you don't get them, because you do. And I wanted to stop receiving those a long time ago because I got the job I need right now. But it could help someone else if they're looking for something. So, you know, I would be able to do that. Okay, so we got DoorDash turned back on right now. Now we're also going to turn Uber on. Now they're going to make me take a picture. We'll see. Let's see. And there's a couple of spots over there that look red for Uber, so let's just hope that they are. All right. Let's get ready for round 2. How much will they add to that 60? All they really would need is 100, you know, in the next in the next 4 hours. Is that possible? Well, you add Uber to it, so yeah, you possibly can. I mean, they've had a lot of good orders. Even though there was a lot of waiting in lull time, they still got the orders they needed to get the average. So, I mean, the money today, it doesn't matter. They're already in. So, you know, it doesn't matter because of the disqualification of Iowa last night. Even though Iowa had some crazy stuff happen on that dash. So, on both of those dashes. So, but this right here, at least for the next 15 minutes, are good places to wait. I mean, Dunkin's right down the street here too, so you know, this is a good place to wait. Grandma's Pancake, well, that's the other way. I forgot about that place, but I don't want to be around that area. That area is not as good as this area is over here, so I want to try to stay away from that. But I forgot, yeah, you do get orders from there. But at least for the next 15 minutes, these two places right here are the places you will get orders from. At least that's been my experience on Sunday. But yeah, going 24 miles between all three of them, bag of cat food, yeah, that's a lot, yeah. And that's roadie. I said, how do you get rids with Uber? Can you pay cash? I don't know. I mean, I would think you can. I mean, if you're talking about rideshare, I'm not the one to ask that for rideshare because I don't do rideshare. Okay. The one that you would need to ask for, and Sandra, I definitely recommend you go to this channel. I'll show you the channel name that I'm talking about here. The one that you want to ask for that as far as rideshare is this channel right here. Let me go find him. Let's see, because I was on him last night. Okay. And it's this channel. It's this channel right there at Tornado Garden. He does rideshare or what he calls meat puppets. That is the channel to check out. And you know what I do in the daytime, he does in the evening time. So, and you have a lot of fun on his channel because there's a lot of stuff, and he does all kinds of things on his channel too, not just gig work. I mean, his channel is very interesting, so you definitely need to check that out. But if you want to talk about rideshare and those type of things, he would be the one to ask that question. All I do with Uber is food and grocery delivery with Uber. So, yeah. But if rideshare is what you're dealing with, that's the one to ask. Okay. So there's another good channel to go check out. It would be Tornado Garden. Yeah, that's what I said. Gig Work 101. Yeah. Let's see. Definitely. Yeah. But definitely, please check out, Tornado's channel. And Queen right here, when she goes back live again, definitely check her channel out too, because she has fun times on her. She'll even sing for you like she did that in the beginning of that one. Yeah. I don't know how she feels about her voice, but she will do it. She will do it. Definitely a fun channel to watch. I'm in a community, Sandra, where there's a lot of good channels to watch. I mean, if you go in there, especially with Tornado, you'll see those that'll pop in there. And yeah, there's some really good channels. I'm part of a community that helps one another, and that we work with one another, helping everybody get get their milestones and their watch hours, and so we're a community that works together. And that's what I'm proud to be a part of, is a community that does that. And it's good to support everyone's channels. And we've all worked hard to get where we are. Ah, got an order. Right here, Starbucks. What did I tell you? Yeah. Yeah, it's going up towards the apartments up there, but whatever. All right. $9 too.
Drive northeast, then 100.
All right. The Starbucks we go. See, I told you, this is the place to go for the orders before 11, right here. This way. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that good. Yes, you're so right. See, yeah, fun to see things. Hey, and also Sandra, right there, Each Day with Dean. He's been through some stuff too. Let me tell you, especially if you become a member of his channel, he'll tell you stories that are just unbelievable. I mean, unbelievable. He's definitely a channel to check out. See, we got good company here, Sandra. All right, let's, oh, of course. It's going towards business. All right. Let's take 74. We'll start with the $9. I do like that. Yeah, don't like going up that way, but I don't, but okay.
Drive southwest, then turn left onto Lee Boulevard.
Yep. Over to 74.
Turn left onto
Yep.
State Route 44, then take the Interstate 74 West ramp.
Yep. Good old 74. Absolutely. Yeah, but it is Sunday. Shouldn't be too bad. Don't look too bad from here. But man, I knew that when I called it, if I sit over there right by Starbucks and Denny's, I know one of those would have dinged, and sure enough, old Starbucks dinged. So, because that's what you usually get, but you know, before 11 o'clock. Because people will always order coffee around then, or they'll order breakfast stuff. And Denny's is a place that orders breakfast stuff, or of course Dunkin' too. So, and I'm sure some people are getting. Or maybe wanting to try to get used to the time change today. Some of them may still think it's 9:54 when they wake up. Oh, that's right, the time changed. Yeah, it's not 9:54 right now. It is 10:54. Oh, I forgot. I say, well, you were reminded like for almost 2 weeks. Change your clock. Okay, so now we're going to 74 the opposite way.
Interstate 74 West, US 421 North ramp toward Indianapolis.
Yep. Dodge all the chuck holes first, though. Yeah, that's the bad thing about having all that snow, because it created those.
Continue for 3 miles.
Yep. First $9 of round 2. Just see how well they do today. I mean, $60 is just your average start, but at $9 makes it look pretty good, because now we're getting into the lunch hour. Will Uber make some noise, and will we have dirty stacks? That's what we want. Too bad Iowa didn't get that opportunity yesterday. Towards
In 1 mile, take exit 1.
going towards the business district. What really would be open on Sunday, though? That's the question. way are they going to take me? Are they going to take me the Bassett Street way, or are they going to tell me to take the other street?
Take exit 113. In a quarter mile, turn right onto North Riley Highway. Turn right onto North Riley Highway, State Route 9.
Okay. Which street? Yes, of course you're going to take me there.
In a half
Okay.
mile, turn left onto Bassett Road.
Yep, they're taking me that way. Now would be a good time, to get a couple of Uber orders up here. There's a couple places that Uber is good at up here. If I'm delivering this DoorDash up here and an Uber comes on right now, it would count as a dirty stack. So, yeah, we still got some water up here in this area here. Boy, that's pretty well flooded pretty bad there. Golf course really took a hit there.
Turn left onto Bassett Road.
Yeah, some places the golf course got hit pretty good.
Continue for a half mile.
But that's how much rain we've had. I think we had like 5 inches of rain, I think, in a 2.5 day period, I believe.
In a quarter mile, turn left onto Intelliplex Drive.
Yeah, there's that drive that's up there, but they wanted me to go this way, I guess.
Turn left onto Intelliplex Drive.
All right.
In 800 feet, turn right. Turn right. Then, in 200 feet, turn right.
So we have to go here. Okay.
Turn right. Then 2451 Intelliplex Drive, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176, USA will be on the right. Drive west. Then, in 400 feet, turn right.
Okay, on here, so... Okay, what's anything specific? Okay, it's telling me to go to this one, so I can just go through that entrance over there, and that's fine. Okay. All right. I shall return. Well, I was hoping I would have got a dirty stack while I was up in there, but nope, didn't happen. Oh well. They're like, no, don't leave me. I said I'll be outside in 5 minutes. Oh man. Yeah, nobody wants to be in here, that's for certain. Yeah, I had to drive that all the way up to I had to walk that all the way up to the 3rd floor. And see, that's the one thing too, is that DoorDash doesn't understand, you know, the time that you have to do to take up there, that you got to walk it all the way up to the 3rd floor. Then it always asks you that question. Are you having trouble finding the customer? No, I'm not having trouble finding the customer. The reason why it's taking me so long is I got to walk all the way up to the 3rd floor, or, you know, if we had an elevator, take up to the 3rd floor, and that takes time. You know, this isn't just dropping it off at the desk and moving, you know, and going on your merry way. If they tell you to take it to the 3rd floor, you got to take it to the 3rd floor. You know, don't punish me on time because I'm having to take something to the 3rd floor. See, the AI doesn't understand that. That's the reason why you have issues with the AI. It thinks that you're, you know, that you're fooling around when you're not. I just don't get it. I really don't. Now, this is the way that it should have taken me, because I could just go straight down there without having to drive all the way down and take extra time going to that other street. I could have just easily taken this way there. No, it wants me to do that. All right, well, while we're here, I'm going to go down that area, especially where deer hang out. Unfortunately, I saw what happened with Borderline or BPD Hustler. She was one of those that joined the Deer Hit Me Club. I'm talking about Dash and Trader and Dean, and now her. Yeah, deer can really cause havoc on your vehicles. That's for certain. Because I mean, that happened to me several years back. I had a Plymouth. I know it was what was it? Gosh, I can't even remember now. It was Pontiac Vibe. Yeah, that's what I had. Yeah, it really yeah. It was a great car too. You know, it was one of the older models, but it was a fantastic car. It was really good to gig work in, and all of a sudden, boom! Yeah, the deer took that out. And that was rough. It really was. But of course, it was around mid-January when that happened. A lot of times when they are active. But now that we're in March, they're not quite as active, or at least, well, Borderline, you know, found out that yeah, they're still active around that time. So, but yeah, hit by Deer Club when it comes to work. Oh, jeez. Well, when it happened to me, though, I was on my way back from my W-2 when it happened to me. Because, like I said, it was January. It was mid-January, and I was just heading back, and you know, all of a sudden there's two standing, you know, right there, and one of them was a buck, and the buck decided that when they saw my light to just run right in front of me, and you know, what do you do? Then, of course, I get my insurance, you know, call my insurance to say what happened. And, you know, my insurance accused me of letting it be my fault. They said the deer wasn't at fault, that I was at fault. Okay, how am I at fault if a deer decides to cross the road just because they see my light? Well, they claimed that it was. They even treated it like I hit another car, not a deer. That they wrote it down in their report that I hit another car and not a deer. And they raised my rate $200. Crazy. Okay. So in case I was to get an order from either one, I go this way in case I have to come back up here, and that way it's easier for me to turn around up here to come back this way than for me to have to go all the way down and then turn around to come back up this way. So, and I like the scenery down here too when you come by here. So, by the way, you're part of the Gig Word Club. Yep. Yeah, but like I said, this happened, this happened though back, gosh, it was 5 years ago, and I'm not sure I was doing gig work back then. I don't think I was. I think I'd started like with the other car. I don't think I ever did gig work in that car. I was just coming back from my W-2. Because I've had this car here for 3 years, and then I had another car prior to that for a little over a year. So, yeah, I think, it's been over 5 years. I don't think I've done gig work for 5 years. I think I've done it for 4. I think this is going into my 5th year. Yeah. Yeah, it's going into my 5th year. That's right. Yeah, I'll get it. We'll get it right there. Yeah. Okay. I remember when you were walking on the bike trip, a deer walked right in front of you. You just, just went there, just right there, just walked in front of you and just stared at you and didn't do anything. Well, a lot of deer hang out around here. This is a pretty good wooded area here. Sometimes they'll hang out here, but then when I turn this other direction down here, I'll show you a really good place where they hang out. Well, we don't have deer there, but we have a squirrel. Okay. A little more traffic up here than usual. You don't see that much traffic up going down this road, especially going that way. Now, past this fence here, deer like to hang out in these woods right here. And sometimes you will see them. But it's pretty well cut down to where, you really can't see them right now, or at least you don't see too many leaves or anything in there at this point. It's not time for that yet. But they do hang around in that little area over there. You will see them. Okay. See, we can add to that $9 as technically it is a little after 11 right now, so let's see, with the time change, how busy any of these might be. Telling me that Starbucks is a hot spot. Well, I don't look for hot spots or anything like that. I don't pay too much attention to those, and the reason why I don't is because all the hot spot really is where the last orders came from. And those last orders could come from, could have been there like a minute ago or 11 minutes ago. You just don't know. That's all the hotspot really is. Walking the Woods High, maybe. Yeah. Let's see. There was a camp. The camp that I went to as a kid was over towards St. Paul, and I didn't know it was over there. It was a camp that that my third and fourth grade classes went to when I was 9 and 10 years old. The class was teaching survival skills in camp. That's what the class was. Yeah, that was an interesting week, by the way. We took a week to learn that. And that was third and fourth grade class. And then when you're in the fifth grade, then you take a backpacking trip. And that was in between Martinsville and Bloomington at a forest. And that was pretty interesting. And they taught those skills so that you would know what to do if you're ever on a campsite, which some people now are, because they can't afford to afford housing. Some of them, are setting up tents on campsites if the camps allow them to. It's what you see anymore. Because the cost of living has gone way up and rents sky high, especially here in this area. Okay, well, I'm going to go, instead of going back towards Starbucks, I'm just going to go this way to see if I get anything here. I might get a Kroger shopping order, you never know, from either platform. That'd be good. So that's why I'm going to go this way. I'm just going to test that out and see what that might bring. And my W-2 that I work at is pretty much up here, working on the rebuild. Yeah, even though it's only 46 degrees, it's still good to to get out and walk, because pretty soon, the weather, not only is the light going to stay out later, but also the temperature is going to continue to go up and up. I mean, it's like when you get to the winter months, you get through January, and then you get through Valentine's Day, and then you get through St. Patrick's Day, and then Easter, and then you talk about the Indy 500 race. And when you do that, then, your winter's over. And then it's nice and warm again, and you're out doing the warm activities, walking, biking, all those things you like to do in the winter, in the spring and summer. That's how fast time's moving right now. And the big action last night was right to my left. Could not believe that I saw an actual thing happen. I'd have to go back and look at my thing to see, at that time, to see if anything really did with the camera. I don't think it did, because I was parked at an angle. But I was shocked to the max when I saw that happen. I was like, what on earth and why? I'd never seen anything like that before. Especially someone who was that nice and friendly with people. I thought there was something else that was going on that was a lot worse than that. But nope. I don't know what happened. Ain't none of my business, though. Play some reason this lady ordered 8 bags of cat food. 8 bags of cat food? I wonder how many cats she has. Well, there are some people that do have a lot of cats in their yard. Like there's some people that have a lot of dogs. Like this one lady in Greensburg that, that day that Thursday, it was the Ohio Steak Dash, I believe it was. It was the Ohio Steak Dash, yeah. Where, one of my first orders, when that snow was coming down, this lady has like a bunch of dogs. I think she had like 6 or 7 dogs. And she ordered Starbucks, and I drove all the way up there to her place, and her driveway was all covered with snow because it came down that quickly. And then later on, of course, it got a little bit old. It got warmer, and the snow disappeared. So that's your typical late February, early March. Temperature fluctuates. That's why we have this season called tornado and severe weather seasons around this time. March going into April, and sometimes parts of May. It just depends. The fluctuating temperatures can really create havoc on some places. And that's typical Indiana weather. One day it's one day it's like 30, the next day it's like 60, and then the next day it's like back to 20 or something. That's your typical Indiana weather. You don't know what you're going to get with Indiana weather. You're just not. You just don't know what you'll get. Now, this is Sunday. It shouldn't be this slow. You should be getting order after order after order. For most Sundays. But are people getting used to the time change, though? That's also the question. Yeah, that's the actual question right now. Because I'm sure some people, who didn't pay attention, they wake up and they thought it was okay. It's 10:30, and then like if they had to be at a job or something like that, they say, "Where are you?" And I was like, "Well, it's such and such a time." I said, "No, did you not know that you're supposed to spring forward today?" "Oh, I forgot." Yeah. I've had some people experience that before at previous jobs. And they're waltzing in there with 30 seconds to go before they have to clock in, and then it wasn't like them. And it's like, I forgot the time changed, and they're rushing in there trying to beat the clock so they're not late. Yeah, I can understand that. It's the change in the clock today. Yeah, spring forward. Of it because it's late, because it's later now that the sun stays out later, because that helps with the nighttime dashes. It's not you're not using your flashlight at 7:30 at night, that it will still be light. Because I had to use my flashlight last night for an order that I delivered in a trailer park, because it was so dark in there you couldn't see anything. Some people get eerie when you have a flashlight in there. So, what's the flashlight for? Because some people associate flashlights with certain things that bother them. And it's not like I really want to use one. It's just so dark. I need to see an address because I need to find a place to deliver this. But some people don't get that. We won't sit here long. I'm gonna figure out what's going on with Uber here. Yeah, there's lots of places going on with Uber. What on earth is going on with that? Okay, let me do something here real quick with that. Okay. Yeah, I don't get this. Okay. Yeah, they're checking my stuff as you get orders, and I know I will. Okay. I'll just put down not clear. Okay. Okay. Because I want to be able to, I love dirty stacks. I want to be able to give out some dirty stack stuff. That's what I want to do. That's kind of been missing lately. And, I want to be able to do that again. Okay, we'll sit here for another minute and then we'll wait. Then we'll just move around to a different place. Because sometimes that's what you got to do. And like I said, this is Sunday. This is kind of, it's kind of strange. With Sunday being, a grab bag day, you would think there'd be a lot more orders than this. I couldn't believe, like I said, the orders I got on DoorDash last night. It was kind of like nonstop. Didn't even give Uber a chance. Yeah, Uber didn't even get a chance last night to do anything. That's probably one of the reasons why maybe Uber's kind of quiet, is because I haven't been able to use it lately. So I've either been at my W-2 or, and if you're not active on it, maybe they punish you for inactivity. Who knows? I have no idea. A possibility. Yeah, that's your back. Yep, absolutely. School kids are in the dark because of the clock set forward also. That's right. That's exactly right, Danny. That's exactly right. You're absolutely right on that. Because see, before today, like if it was yesterday at this time, it'd be 10:30. And the sun was coming out at 7 in the morning. Or maybe slightly before 7 in the morning when the time didn't change yet. But now that the time changed, then the sun's going to come out at 8 o'clock for the kids instead of 7. But it'll be almost 8 o'clock at night when the sun will set. So you lose on one end, but you gain on the other. Your toddler has someone to come and pick you up. Yeah. I said, you see, I miss my mommy. I've got to be with her. I got to see what she's doing. I get it. We were kids like that. I absolutely understand where he comes up, where he gets that. Yeah. I said, okay, I'll come and get you so you can see what I'm doing. We'll just do this together. Just, I said, just don't be annoying, please. That's all you could ask him. Yeah. Yeah, we were kids at that age. I know exactly what that was like. I was kind of that way. When you're that age, you want as much attention as you can get. I get it. He'll bring the money. Well, I'm sure he will. He'll be your good luck charm. Yeah. Sometimes kids can be your good luck charm. I mean, look at Mama Gigs. She brings her kids all the time, and she gets good orders. Like, if her kids aren't with her, then, the orders aren't so good. But when the kids are with her, guess what? She gets good orders. Can they be annoying with her in the car sometimes? Yes. But she's enjoying those orders and making that money. Yeah. She's also definitely a fun channel to watch too, because she climbed up the ranks pretty quickly. And someone like her who has a lot of patience with the kids that she has and has to take them with her when she goes out to do gig work. Yeah, you got to admire somebody who has that kind of patience, to have kids in the car and do that. That's someone with a very strong mind and strong willpower and a lot of patience can deal with that. Finding the field with gas either way so this works out. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, gas here is $3.59 a gallon. And who knows if it's going to continue to go up or if it's just going to stay steadily where it is. It just depends. I'm just glad it's not like in California where it's almost $8 a gallon. I'm like poor Roy and California Line Dasher and those that dash out there. Man, it's like you're paying almost $8 for a gallon of gas. It's no wonder some people don't want to do gig work out there. It's no wonder. You'd have to, for that much a gallon, you'd almost have to do like 3 or 4 spark orders to make up for the gallon of gas to fill up your car. 3 or 4 spark orders. That's pretty rough. California is one of the states where I completely refuse to live in. I'll visit, and I will not live in a state where prices are out of the roof. Oh, I know. I've been to California once, though. That's where, my former's family was from. She was from California, San Francisco. Like I said, I met her in '98, and we married in 2000. But yeah, she, that's where her family, and gas was high then. 1998, when I was there to visit some of her family, gas was high then. The San Francisco around the bay and the Pacific Ocean, that was pretty nice where she had. That was enjoyable. Yeah, that was the first time I ever been to California. Man, it was nice looking there. But no, you're right, Queen. It's a place to visit, but not a place to live. I don't even know how the Hollywood elitists live out there. I really don't. But of course, if you have the talent to make movies and music and things like that and live that kind of lifestyle, then, $8 a gallon's chump change to you. But for the rest that aren't in that elite company, it's got to be a struggle. And I know that's part of the reason why I think a lot of them are leaving California to head to Florida, still get the same type of warm weather, just not as high gas prices. Gas is not 8 a gallon. It's close. It's over 7. There's a coworker of mine that showed, that sits next to me that, like when we're in the break room, he showed the price of some of the gallons, the price of gas out there in some parts of California, and it was over $7. It just depends on where you're at. California's a big state. Some parts of California, it's over $7. Some parts it is $5. Just the same way here with Indiana. Some parts of Indiana, it's $3.59. In other parts of Indiana, it's $3.29. It fluctuates. Yeah. See, that's an expensive gas station in LA. That's always overpriced. Yeah, well, that's probably where he was showing me it was. But if I would have taken the picture of where he showed me $7 and I think what was it, $7 and 29 cents or something like that for gas, I said, how could you live out there? Because that's exactly what he showed me. That's exactly how much it was. Am I in Indiana? Yes, we're in Indiana. Yeah, this is Shelbyville. I was in Greensburg. Okay, we're going to drive around here a little bit and see maybe if that puts up dings on either one. Maybe it'll pick up after 12. Who knows? But 69 really isn't getting it done. You know, sometimes Sunday is your friends, but then other times it's not. I mean, the first Sunday when at the start of the season, when Michigan went, they only made 127 that Sunday. So that's why I say, I mean, you know, you have a better chance of making more money on Sunday. Yeah, you do, because Sunday's a grand bag day. But sometimes maybe you don't have the advantage on Sunday. Just like well, the Ohio State and Rutgers. I mean, did Rutgers have the advantage of going on Friday? Yeah, because you probably get better orders because people get paid on that day. But Ohio State put up 180 on Thursday, and 184 on Thursday, and then Rutgers went the next day and only put up 180. I mean, it was a fight to the finish, but I'm telling you, it just depends on the kind of day that it is, and you know, people getting adapted, just like spring forward, or some people used to, if they gotten used to the clock. If not, then they got to look at things a little differently. So that could be a disadvantage. So in a sense, in Purdue's case, it was good that Iowa did get disqualified, because otherwise they would not, you know, they would not be in the Final Four. So maybe there was a reason for Iowa to get disqualified yesterday. And the gas station down the street is $5. Don't believe everything you see online. No, that's true. You don't always believe everything you read. You don't always believe everything you see on TV, and you don't always believe everything from the word of mouth. You got to do your own research. I get that. But he literally showed me those places. I said, you know, would you want to live here where you're paying over $7 per gallon? I said, no. Getting close to $8. No, I wouldn't. Wouldn't go anywhere near there. To pay that much, you'd have to do all kinds of spark orders just to even pay, you know, to fill up your tank. That wouldn't be worth it. It's no wonder in those California. I got an order because I moved another 9 back to Starbucks. All right. Another 9 back to Starbucks for 3 miles.
Then, in 400 feet,
guess it paid to move.
State Route 44.
Yeah, I guess it paid to move. Okay. Another 9. I'm kind of liking how these some of these orders. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I forgot that peak pay is going on too. That's part of the reason why you know, some of the orders are scarce right now, is because every dasher is out here when there's peak pay going on. Yeah, I forgot
in a quarter mile, turn right onto Lee Boulevard.
Yeah, that explains it. There's peak pay. Because when you see peak pay, all the dashers, they're licking their lips. Oh, I can make some really good money. But when every dasher's out here, you're not going to make that money because everybody wants the same prize.
Turn left.
Let's see a peak page. Gee, I can make more. There won't be any $2 offers. The lowest offer I'll get, it'd be like, $3.50, $4. That'd be the lowest offer. Yeah, well.
Then turn right.
Yeah, you're still getting a no tipper, but you're not getting, you're not getting
Drive
$2.
southeast on Lee Boulevard. Then turn right onto State Route 44.
No, I'm just not parking inside the Starbucks because it can be hard to get in and out of there. I always park over here, so we're just going to get rid of that. Okay, and I can hit arrive because I'm here. Okay. Pick up another $9. Here we go. All right, I'll be right back. Okay. 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 Let's see where they're going here. What did I get you? 13 Chronicles. Didn't get you anything. I get picking up night for a customer. About 3.5 miles away from here. Let's see where they're at. Boy, that's way out there. I wonder which way they're going to take me to get out there. Hopefully I can stay on Broadway for a while. Because that's pretty far down that way for that one street anyway. Yeah, I've been to this, to that street name, but not that far down. So there's got to be a different way to get there. Yeah, not that far down. Okay. All right, traffic is starting to pick up a little bit. But that's typical around 12 o'clock. Okay. But even after this order, I will still be above my average because I've had 2 9s within that first hour. So
Drive southwest on State Route 44 for 3 miles.
yeah, it's going way out there. Yep. Why not get on the highway? Well, because if I got on the highway, it would take me away from there. Yeah, I have to take this street here because the highway would take me out of the area. It would take me way out of the way, so I couldn't do that. And it would add extra time, and we're on a time rate here, so yeah. Yeah, you have to be within a certain amount of, a certain timeline that you have to get this order to the customer. Otherwise, they dock your on-time rate. And then if you have a legitimate reason, like a road closure or something like that, then you can argue that fact. Of course, they will investigate that. But at the same time, if you have a legitimate reason, they find it to be a truth story, then they'll say, okay, well, we'll go ahead and, it wasn't your fault. We'll go ahead and, excuse that one. But I mean, if you're just, going out of the way just to go out of the way, thinking that it might be faster, even though it's going to take more time, how are you going to explain that one? Yeah, they wouldn't accept that excuse. So, yeah, couldn't do that. Barely any traffic here compared to where you're usually at. Yeah, well, I mean, some Sundays, traffic is lighter than others. It just depends on, what's going on that Sunday. Or any day for that matter. I mean, I was, on let's see, what was it, the last Thursday during the Ohio State Dash, there was hardly any traffic at all in Greensburg on that Thursday. Come Friday, it was the total opposite. A lot more traffic. I mean, what a difference a day make, or a difference a week makes, or whatever. I couldn't believe that, but that's the way it was. What city is this? Shelbyville, Indiana, Night Wolf. That was one of my favorite characters. I mean, that was one of my favorite, Night Wolf, that was one of my favorite characters on, back then when I was still a young person, and that was playing Mortal Kombat. Yeah, Night Wolf was one of the characters, and he was one of my favorite. I be careful? Yeah, I am. I appreciate that, Sandra. Yeah. I always try to be careful, especially in this city, because in this city, yeah, you got to be the most defensive driver that you can be in this city. It's the other guy you got to look out for. Because they do the things in this city that's pretty unimaginable, I guarantee you. They will run stoplights here. They will run stop signs. They will move right in front of you at the very last second and not really give you a chance to, prepare for it. Yeah, they do that kind of stuff here. You got to be on your defensive, best defensive driving here in this town. You just do. More than any other town I've driven in. There's full of guns. Oh, I'm pretty sure they will. That's why I don't drive in Indianapolis. For that very reason. I stay away from there. I have no desire to drive in there. Because Indianapolis has gotten crazy over the last 10 to 15 years. And I lived there for most of my life, but not anymore. Not anymore. I don't even want my daughter living in that town, let alone, me being there. I'm going to do everything I can to find ways to get her out of that city. Find her and my grandson some good housing and a good school for him. That's what I really would like to do. She feels like she has no choice and that all her family's there and everything. Okay, well, great. That may be. But Indianapolis is not really the safest place to be right now. It just isn't. And whatever I can to get you out of there, that's what I'm going to do, because, I'm your dad. I want to make sure that you have the best life you can. I don't want you to be running scared in a town that's just getting worse every single day. A place you used to be able to trust that you can't trust anymore. I don't want you thinking that you got to do that. There's a better life out there. It's just, we'll find a way to make it happen.
Turn left onto South Miller Street.
Because I do not want my grandson growing up in Indianapolis. I'll tell you that right now, I don't. That I will be certain he will not live there.
Turn left onto South Miller Street.
because of the autism, the form of autism that he has, there's some that just don't understand him. I think my daughter didn't ask for it. He didn't ask for it.
In
But
800
I mean, it
feet,
just
bear right onto
it's
Miller
just
Avenue.
happened, on there. But I mean, that's why I say you don't. I mean, I just don't wish for him to grow up there. I just don't.
Bear right onto Miller Avenue.
I mean, he's only going to be 8, but he's got to learn. At some point, he's going to learn. I said, why don't you want me in Indianapolis anymore, Grandpa? I said, because it's not a place for you to be. I just don't agree with it. I lived there most of my life, and it seemed okay, but it was getting crazy then.
719 West Locust Street, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA will be on the left.
Okay.
719 West Locust Street, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA is on the left.
Okay, well, anyone that's got to come in here, you can honk your horn. Or no, I guess I can park up here.
Leave at my door. Please don't knock.
That's a time I have not heard that. It's been a while since I've heard, the addition to when you get ready to drop this off, that they tell you what the customer wants. That's been a long time since I have heard that. Okay. Well, let me go drop this off. I'll be right back. All right, $3 above my average. That's good. Let's keep it up. Come on, we need some Uber now. It's been a while since we've had a dirty stack. Let's get one here. Is there any way you can turn your camera around to follow you when you're dropping packages up? No, I don't have that feature. I'm hoping that I can save some money to where I might be able to get one of those, to where I might have those revolving cameras. I don't have that right now. But but maybe at some point I might be able to do that. Okay, I don't want to say this, but I know, and I'm surprised that they have not given it to me yet, but I'm right here by the Miller Avenue Dollar General. And a lot of times when I'm here, DoorDash wants to give me a shopping order right here. But because I turned that one down yesterday because I had that argument with that customer over that, a certain thing where they talked out of both sides of their mouth, I wasn't going to do that again. So here I am, DoorDash, right here. If you're going to give it to me, now's the time. Yeah. I mean, I'm doing you a favor by driving by it, even though I hate shopping here. I'm doing you a favor. So you better, DoorDash, if you want me to shop here, now's the time, because I'm going to go away from here. And I might even turn it down if you tell me again, because I hate shopping there. One more chance before I turn here. You love to give me those orders. Well, I'm here. Okay. You had your chance. Maybe you're mad because I did that last night. Well, I had every reason to. I won't go into it, but I had my reason to do it. Some of these customers make it very difficult on shopping orders, and they don't need to. But I was not going to have my shopping rate docked on account of what they were going to have me do, because I would have lost at least 4 points on that, and that wasn't going to work. And then they tell me, they get upset because I tell them that, I'm going to unassign the order. And I said, well, I didn't give them an actual reason as to why I said I was going to unassign the order. But, I said I had to, on account that if I have to give a refund, it's going to hurt my shopping rate. So I have to unassign the order because it's going to hurt my shopping rate if we continue this any further. And they made some kind of comment, and I just ended it at that point because, I'm sorry. Yeah. You can't expect me to have a quality delivery when you're talking out of both sides of your mouth. That just doesn't work. And then I have to pay the price for that, and it's not going to work. If you're going to give me a substitute and then turn around and say it's the wrong substitute, well, why did you give me that substitute? Because I had that same problem with another customer. And that customer was a real problem from the beginning with, because they lied not only once but twice. And that was one of the reasons there. And I told DoorDash, they docked my points. And I told DoorDash, that customer lied not once but twice. And I told them, I said, I will not, accept any order from this customer again. I'm not going to be lied to a third time. Because if I'm lied to a third time, then I'm going to get, then I'm going to take it to another measure because you didn't do what I asked you to do. I'm not going to go through another customer and be lied to 3 times by the same person. That's not going to happen. It's like the saying says, you fool me once, shame on me. You fool me a second time, shame on you. You're not going to get a third time. And that's exactly what I told them. And I haven't heard from that since. So I think they knew I meant business. You want to go to Florida? Florida's good. Yeah. Yeah, I've been to Florida. The last place in Florida I was Destin. Destin was kind of nice. But if I'm going to go to the ocean, though, out there, even though Destin was nice, I think the best of all the oceans that I saw out there in the south of the Gulf of Mexico was definitely Gulf Shores, Alabama. That was the most beautiful part of it. Something I'll always remember. But Gulf Shores, Alabama, I think, is better than the ones in Florida. Not to put Florida down, because Florida does have good stuff. But Gulf Shores, Alabama definitely got the nod for me. The Dax Anderson, fake news. I saved a ton of money in your car insurance. I quit paying the bills on 20 this month. Follow me for more like that. Get in the commercial business there, Dax. I like that. I like that. Yeah, you never know. You could be the next spokesperson for whoever it is that says that. Yeah. Very clever. I do like that. Yeah. SoCal beaches can't compare to that Caribbean water. I said, oh yeah. I've heard that water out there, around the Caribbean and Cuba and all those places around there. I heard that water is really crystal clear. And Clearwater, Florida, and that, yeah, I've heard that all that around there is very clear water. I just haven't been that far down Florida before. I've only been on the Panhandle regions. Well, I take that back. I went to Orlando once with a friend of mine. And that was the time that I saw Atlanta Braves win the championship, because he was a truck driver and we went down there to watch that game. And and he was picking up a truckload to in Lakeland, Florida, to take forget where he was going, to take to Texas, I think. But yeah, we were gonna visit Disney World out there, and but he got that truckload that he had to hurry up and get there, so he couldn't stay. So anyway, I ended up staying out there in Disney World for like a day, just visiting it and just seeing what it was like, and it was kind of nice. And then I took a train ride back, and yeah, it was a strange train ride, to say the least. But it was quite an experience. But I got to see a lot of states with that train ride. Yeah, I got to see South Carolina, and the way the train was going, I got to see South Carolina, North Carolina, then it went through Tennessee, and then the parts of West Virginia, and then headed back to Ohio and Indiana. It went that way. It wasn't to say that I couldn't really afford to get a plane. I just thought, taking a train would save a little bit of money, and it did. I mean, I didn't really get back at the time I really wanted to, but I was on vacation back then, so it didn't matter. I was just enjoying my vacation from my W-2 that I had back then. So because I always take my vacations around late September, early October, and that, like I said, that was the time that the Braves clinched the division. That was late September, so I've always taken my vacations then. Because I've found over the years that not too many people like to take vacations around that time, but I do. Because it's almost, when you're doing that, it's the last hurrah of the warmer weather before it starts getting cooler. That's why I like to do that. Rebecca, yes, I think you're a good guy. So many streamers are plain dumb. I said, I appreciate you saying that, Rebecca. I mean, like I said, I've seen some that are, that could use a little bit of improvement, but I mean, I'm not naming names or anything of that nature with respect to them, but I agree with you. When we come out here, I said, we try to be as positive as we can, try to help each other as much as we can. And I always, it's not like some people say, well, I'm preaching and all that kind of stuff. No, that's not really what I'm doing, because I wasn't called to be that. Okay? I wasn't called to be anything of that nature. I wasn't called to be a prophet. I wasn't called to be a psychic or anything of that nature. I wasn't. All I'm doing is explaining some things that I went through in my 59 years that I've been here. Some stuff that I would not wish on anybody. And some of those that my family and stuff has been through over the years, I try to do that too. I just don't want anyone to suffer. Because you don't have to. You don't have to make those dumb decisions that affect you, your family, your kids, or anything like that, just because you think the grass is greener. And for that moment, I mean, the grass may be greener for that moment, for that small season, but you're gonna reap the destruction of it at some point, just like my former did. You can enjoy it for a season, but is it really worth the consequences that follow? because there's consequences to everything, good and bad. Is it the consequences you want, though? Is it consequences you think about before you make that choice? Because there are those that say, oh, nothing's going to happen to me. Well, I've had a lot of people that have said that to me, oh, nothing's going to happen to me, and then I come out later that it did. Because, when you say that, you're telling the spiritual world, the spiritual realm, you can't get me. The spiritual realm says otherwise. Because that's the realm that controls the earthly realm, whether you believe it or not. And you say that to the spiritual realm will always have an answer, and it is an answer that you're not going to like. Because there's times that, that I might have felt that way, and I found out the hard way too. You can't fool around with that. Like say, oh, just like the the chiffon margarine commercials back in the 70s, they say it's not nice to fool Mother Nature. You pay the price when you do that. Same thing here. So I just decided to come back to Starbucks. Why not? I've had 2 straight $9 orders from here. Can we make it 3? Can we make it 3? I'd say, Rebecca, that's me. I am dumb most days. It's like I landed on stupid and got stuck. Yeah. He has the right answers. Consider more than I. And like I said, Rebecca, like I said, when you make choices like that in life, I said, when if you decide that that's that what you want to do, because I know there are those, like I said, we don't discuss religion or anything like that here, because, and the reason why we don't, what are you doing? You can't go that way. You cannot go out that way. I don't know what that pickup truck was doing, but that's a one way. You cannot go out that way. Almost hit that, and I'm sure that guy in that car right there was looking at me and said, what on earth are you doing? Came real close to hitting that car. He's like, what are you doing? You see, that's what I say. You see how they drive here? They don't pay attention, or they don't even care. You got to be on your best defensive driving when you're here in this town, because you don't know what you're going to see. Because people who are going to ignore signs and and do stupid stuff like that, that's going to put others in the path of possible destruction. You got to be careful. You don't know what the other guy's going to do. That's why you got to be defensive here. But there are those like Tapatio and Scary Larry that come on your live stream and criticize your driving when they don't, when they don't see stuff like this. If there's something that those two want to criticize, that's what they need to criticize, stuff like that. People who drive the wrong way in getting out of a parking lot, when there's a sign specifically there that says one way. You have to go around the circle, not back up and go out that way, because that was not permitted that way. That's only for cars to come in to go one way and make the U to go out the other. He was just lucky that other cars weren't going to try to get in there, because he would have been honked at big time. Because you can't do that. Man. No, they don't. They don't pay attention. They just, like I said, those in this town, they act like they own everything. You say, well, I'm going to do what I want to do because I own this town. No one's going to tell me what to do. Yeah, well, you make a wrong decision like that at the wrong time, you're going to find that, you need to do it the right way, because you may have got lucky this time, but you might not be so lucky next time. In this town right here, you got to be the best defensive driver that you can, because you don't know what the other person's going to do. You just have no clue. Okay, well, am I going to have to do the NATO Nation trick? Probably. So we'll just do that. Yeah. We'll see if you get it. Yeah. We're just doing the NATO Nation trick. And the NATO Nation trick is this. You put it in pause for 1 minute. And then you turn it back on. And if you don't get anything, you move around and then maybe you'll get the order. So now see, someone else is trying to do that. And they're looking, and he's looking at her and saying, you know, yeah, he put his hand like this. Like, what are you doing? That's two that have gone the wrong way. And the guy motioned with his hands, what are you doing? You're not supposed to go out this way. What is wrong with people today? Just because you spring forward, does that mean you get to do what you want? I don't think so. Ma Dukes is right. March Madness. I mean, you know, people are doing madness stuff this month. No wonder they call it March Madness. No wonder. Yeah, he's like, what are you doing? You don't go out this way. That's two. They might say, well, I'm not waiting in the long line. You can go around the line. There's a way that you can go around the line here. Because you're supposed to go that way. There's a sign that says one direction. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Here, Joy, if you follow the rules and don't do what you want, you might end up working as a food delivery person. It's time to think yourself doing your own thing and better yourself. Well, Pure Joy, let me just say this. I'm only doing this delivery right now because this is just extra money for me. I already have a W-2 job that takes care of all my necessities and things. This is just for extra stuff like vacation. I'm saving up money for a vacation because all the expenses that go with it. You know, if you're saving, you know, for hotel rooms and plane rides, things like that. If you're planning even to plan something for September, you got to save all that money up until September gets here. If September gets here and you don't have all that money saved up, then what? That's what I'm doing this for. And other necessities, like I needed tires for this car. I needed tires for my backup car. If I didn't have money saved up, I wouldn't have been able to do that. And it's all because of this extra gig work that's paying for those extras that I need when I need them. I don't rely on just one job to take care of it. My primary job helps take care of everything else. This here, I can come and do at any time I want and make the kind of money that I need. Yes, I'm relying on other customers to help do that. But no matter what job that you're in, it doesn't matter where you're at. The customer pays your bills. Whoever it is you work for, there are customers that are affected by that business. Those customers are the ones that pay your bills. And there are those, oh, that's silly. No, it's the truth. Would Starbucks here be in business if they didn't have customers? No. They wouldn't. The customers pay their bills. The baristas who make the money there, the customers pay their bills. Some people forget that. You had no customers, then your bills aren't paid. Nobody makes any money. It's that way with gig work. No matter what job that you do, there's customers involved with that. And if those customers don't pay those bills or you lose customers, then what happens? Then the business suffers. And then there's pay cuts or layoffs, all because the customers went away. That's why I say, no matter where it is you're at, there's always a customer that's involved. That's why you want to do your best at wherever it is you're at to satisfy those customers so that they bring more customers and thrive your business, no matter what it is you do. No matter what it is you do. Yep. Hey, Fran, how you doing, Fran? Yeah, we were talking about you earlier. I said, earlier in the day, when I was in Greensburg, I had like 3 7s or something in a row, and we were talking about lucky 7 or anything. Then I mentioned you that you were born on the 2 lucky numbers. Somebody would even say, yeah. Let's say Fran has both lucky numbers, 713. The day that she came to Earth. I said, is she double lucky? Maybe. For those that really believe in that, is Fran double lucky for having both of those? I don't know. Possibly. I don't know if she feels that way, but, for those that maybe have been born on that way, do you feel double lucky? Possibly. It's just what you believe. Yeah. Mini trolls are kids. Exactly. They are. You're right. They are. Yeah, Ma Dukes kicked out like 3 kids earlier. She kicked out 3 of them. One said he was 14. I think another one said he was 10. And first of all, if you're 10 years old, what on earth are you doing up at 7 o'clock in the morning? Especially on YouTube. It may not have been 7 where he was at. It may have been 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. If you're that old, if it's 4 or 5 in the morning, where are you at? Why are you up so early? If you're 10 years old. I can see that if you're going to school, but not on a Sunday. I'm lucky to be alive and have a wonderful son. Yep. Call that double lucky. Yep. Her parents got lucky to have her. Yep. Exactly. I was trying to bring that up in a positive way because you had the both lucky numbers. A lot of people say 7 and 13 are both lucky. And look at Fran, born on the 2 days, 7 and 13 lucky. It wasn't that way for my mother, however, because it was unlucky for her because she entered the hospice unit on that day. But like I said, it's just how you view it. Okay, well, we're gonna continue to move here. We're not gonna stay here because it's peak pay here. Yeah, the orders are they're kind of few and far between. I still have not even heard from Uber yet. And I've had Uber on since 8. So, all right, well, we'll just keep moving. Maybe the peak pay really has an effect, and maybe all the Dashers are out here because there is peak pay going on. There was peak pay in Greensburg. There was peak pay here. But a lot of the orders I've had today have been $7 or higher. I don't think I've had a double digit yet, but a lot of my orders have been anywhere from $7 to $9. I think I had only one that was $5, Dollar General shopping order. Other than everything has been anywhere from 7 to 9. Hopefully no arrest today. Oh man, yeah. Did you get to see that, Fran? Or did Tornado tell you? Oh, were you on? Yeah, I think you were on his live last night when you found that out. Yeah. My gosh, that was so crazy. And the sad part about it was that lady was real nice, very personal with people. I had to ask myself, what on earth did she do? What did she do, especially at her job? What did she do to put herself in that position? I didn't see her that way. But was she living a double life away from there or something? I don't know. I saw the clip I posted. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I have not seen the replay of mine yet. I haven't. I'm going to take a look at it and see if there's any kind of part of that might be visible to that. If there is, then I'm going to put it up as a short, and they can see for themselves how that happened. Tornado said when he went back and looked at it, he didn't see anything like that, but I'll have to take a look and see for myself. But you did see the two police cars in the in the parking lot. You did see that at the very beginning. So that right there told you that something was going on. They didn't have their lights on or anything. I was kind of surprised at that. But I thought there was, if I saw two of them, if they weren't picking up pizza, I knew something was going on. And I wondered if there was something other than just her being arrested, if there was something, more major going on. And they were telling everybody to not go in there because of what might have been going on. So I was waiting for that. And then I have to call DoorDash and tell them, hey, the police are telling us not to go in here because of something going on. It's like, okay. But no, the minute she asked me about the two pizzas that I was picking up, she asked the names of them and was going to get ready to go look at them. But before she was able to go look for them, and the police officer comes right up behind me and asks her name, because she said yes. He literally told her, I said, I need you to come from behind the counter and face me, please. And so she didn't, she didn't ask why or anything. She did what he asked, being, complying with what he said. And then, she said, I need you to turn around and put your hands behind your back, please. And my jaw just dropped right there. I said, what did you do, girl? What did you do to get yourself like this? I was really surprised. And then she was like going inside her, she was trying to fish inside her, one of her pockets to see if her phone was in there. And, he just, politely asked her, I said, why is your hand in your pocket? And she goes, I'm just looking out for her phone. I said, I need you to have your hand out of your pocket. I need it behind your back, please. So she, she complied. She was, she was probably surprised. And, she was being very professional about it. He was professional about it, which I was, I was great to see. And, we're about to pass that up right now, by the way, too. So, but yeah, I like the professionalism on both of their ends. She did what he asked, and he was, as nice to her as he possibly could be, maybe because he didn't want to make a scene in front of everybody, because there were a lot of workers that she was working with, being a Saturday night. And two, there was, several customers in there that were waiting on pizza. I think he just didn't want to make it any more of an issue than it already was, which is a very professional way to handle it. Because there's others that I've seen on different clips that would have done the opposite. There are those that would have picked her up and pile drived her on the ground and done stuff like that I've seen, which is not the way to handle it. I was very professional what I saw last night, and I I absolutely applaud that. Very professional on both ends. She didn't make a scene, and neither did he. That's the way to handle it. I was very pleased at seeing that. Okay, Papa John's is right here. Yeah, right here to my left. And I haven't had a job. I haven't had a... Man, how is it this slow, guys? I mean, is the peak pay really that... is the peak pay really... I mean, I'm not even getting shopping orders. Is the peak pay really that affecting all the orders today? I mean, are all the Dashers really out here? Because there was peak pay in Greensburg too. And I'm really surprised that there is peak pay. I mean, why would there be peak pay? There's no weather going on or any kind of anything that I understand why there would be so slow on a Sunday. I mean, I like all the high number offers, but there's just too much time in between. And nothing from Uber either, which is really crazy. Peak pay always screws things up here. Oh, really? Yeah, I mean, I was just surprised to see peak pay. I said, why? I mean, I don't see how peak pay, why there is even peak pay today. I don't see it. But all my orders, one $5, and the rest of them anywhere between 7 and 9. Nothing less than that. So it looks as though even, for, Purdue's sake, as far as the dash was concerned, I think, it was, for them, I think it was a blessing that Iowa got disqualified last night. But I think when we go to Greenfield, though, next week, I think it's going to be a completely different story. Because all kinds of things can happen there, peak pay or not. Because they'll send you anywhere. All orders accepted on DoorDash, you could be in one of 5 different cities when you're dealing with Greenfield. I'm really anxious to see what might happen here. Okay, we'll just park up here by McDonald's now, and then I'll mess around with Uber here and find out, hey, what's the deal here? You tell me wait for 30 minutes. Well, I'm just going to keep hitting the help button until they understand that, hey, I'm waiting for orders here. I mean, I got a 71% acceptance rate. Why am I not getting orders? I don't get that. So we'll just do that here. Okay, first we'll go offline. All right. And then we'll okay. Okay, I'm running the test right now, so let's see where they are. Okay. Let's just see what they have here. Yeah. But I'm not doing rideshare. That is certainly not going to happen. Okay. Put not clear. But not getting any. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at this and I see all kinds of things that, that are possible available. I don't think there's any peak pay on here. Oh, somebody just gave me one. I said, very interesting over the next year. For several years. Uber Eats will key you up for your next offer, DoorDash phone, unless they're completely slammed. Yeah, I rarely do DoorDash anymore. I send it comes from Uber Eats now. Yeah, but I'm not getting any orders from Uber Eats. Not one. And I'm surprised. Because I see some orders here that are on here. Anyway, we'll see. We'll play the waiting game, I guess. I'm just surprised that for a Sunday that it's this slow. I mean, honestly, I am. And we're in March. We got an order from here. Okay, DoorDash. All right, another $7.50.
Drive north.
Okay. All right, let's go to McDonald's here for $7.50. Be right back. Okay. All right. Later, I have to work a little later at night because I do. A 3-year-old and most of the time refuses to go to bed. Yeah. Hey, Vicky, welcome in. Yeah. You pop in there real good. Yeah, thank you for joining. Yep. All right. Where are we going here? Let's see. Oh, okay. Not that far. Maybe they'll give me a shopping order up there at the at that Dollar General up there. I'll be closer to there than I will anywhere else, so we'll take it. I mean, it's a better place to shop than than over on Miller Avenue. I will say that. Okay, yeah, this isn't that far at all for $7.50. Okay, you guys got the right of way. Go ahead and go. You guys got the right of way. Had to wait anyway. Okay. All right.
Drive east on East Michigan Road for a half mile.
Yep. Yeah, I know exactly where this is. It's not too far from when you get to the entrance, so that's a good thing. Very quick $7.50. I like that.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto Progress Parkway.
I like the higher numbers. I just don't like the wait in between. That's what I don't like.
Turn right onto Progress Parkway.
Okay.
Continue for a half mile.
Oh, what a nice, beautiful, bright, sunny day. Something we hadn't seen here in a while. We've seen nothing but gloomy and, rainy, saturated time, but not now. This is nice. 50 likes. I appreciate that, guys. I really do. I thank you all very much for that. I always try to entertain, try to give the best information that I can. So that we can take the times that we're going right there, try to make the best of them, and still have fun while we try to work. We just try not to make this a job. We try to have fun with it. Which I think if there were those, especially those in the retail and fast food business, if they would learn to make their job add a little fun to it, or if the management would add some kind of fun to it, then I think everybody would work together a whole lot better, and I think the morale in a lot of these places would definitely increase, because I think that's what's needed.
In 600 feet, 1609 Buckner Drive, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176.
I just know the morale of a lot of businesses is declining because, everybody's making it look like it's job and really hard work. It may be for whatever it is, but at the same time, you want to try to make it
Shelbyville, Indiana 46176.
make it as fun as you possibly can, for your team, because they might be able to appreciate you better and maybe appreciate the job better. Okay, drop it right over here. I'll be right back. Oh, Indy's team's gonna like this one. It was 750, but guess what? Made it 1150. So I'm still gonna be at my average at at 1 o'clock. I mean, it's just an average day for Purdue today. Is it? Is that what it's gonna be? I mean, so far it's kind of looking that way. But then again, we've got the night shift to go, so who knows what happens at night? Maybe Uber will make some noise this evening. Maybe they will. We'll see. Anything really major going on Sunday night? Maybe sometimes they've got golf going on. Maybe NASCAR? Yeah, some stuff. Something's going on tonight. So they're sitting at $90. But that was nice. A nice little added $4 tip. That certainly helped. Really surprising of that. You never know. Yeah. See, we care about your thing. Well, I appreciate that, Sandra. I really do. I mean, it's nice to hear that from those. Yep. For those that stick around, for those that, appreciate, the content I try to provide to you and the adventures I try to put you all on, while we do this. I mean, it's all about, every day is an adventure. And you want to try to make, your adventure the best that you can. And it's almost like Tom Selleck's character in Mr. Baseball would say, just like, it said, dashing, can be like baseball. And he said in his thing, he said, baseball's a game. Games are supposed to be fun. Well, you can make dashing that way too. Some people don't know how to put that and fun together. But I believe if you learn how to do it and try to do the very best you can at whatever it is you do, you will find that at some point, you will really enjoy what you do, and then the point will be to where you will be able to get some kind of there might be a promotion down there because you learn to have fun at what you do. Then when you get that promotion, you'll have even more fun because it's what you strive to get in the first place. The one real surprising thing to me, at least at this point, is I have not had a Kroger shopping order yet. A Kroger shopping order or a Miller Avenue shopping order. That right there is really surprising to me today. That I'm very surprised of. But just for fun, we're going to go back down there just by Starbucks here for a minute, and then if we'll just stay down there, and if they don't, then we will call this around the 1:30 time. I mean, Purdue's in, they can do whatever they want, so, because they're automatically in. So if they want to stay out, they can, but at the same time, or would they be able to beat 160? I would imagine by tonight, maybe with if Uber gets involved, they're sitting at $90 right now. All they would need is 70. And if Uber cooperates, I think it's doable. So you need to get one. Well, I mean, there's still time on the clock right now. So, I mean, I would like to see maybe if there's a possibility we can get 100, 100 before we go in. I mean, Iowa did. They got 104. How they got 104, though, is beyond me. That I still couldn't believe that I made that much, even with all the chaos that was in that dash. All 5 of those things that went on during that first dash. I mean, that right there was unbelievable. someone went back in time to 2020 and cleared a shelf of a product that you couldn't find back in 2020 when the pandemic started. You had that going on. Then you had a shopping order chaos type of thing. Yeah, I mean, there was, so much with that. I mean, I mentioned, then the trip to Clarksburg, man, that was that was something else. The way that Uber took me there, I had no idea it was going to Clarksburg. And why was it so funny with Clarksburg was the fact that, they sent me to Clarksburg. Well, what's Caitlin's last name? Clark, of course. That's why I put Clark in capital letters and the S-Berg in other letters, because I was trying to correlate who was on the thumbnail. So that's what I put there. Let's see. And then, there are a couple other things. I mean, it was one thing after another on that dash that was so weird and unbelievable. I mean, this whole season of the, of the Big Ten dashes, whether it was the regular season or the Rushfield dashes or these playoffs here in the Elite Eight, there was never a dull moment. There was always something that was weird and just out of the ordinary. Because sometimes that's what life throws at you, is the out of ordinary, the unexpected. The things that correlate, the things that you don't even understand. Sometimes life will throw that at you. It's how you respond to it and what you might be able to benefit from it. Oh, yeah, the other thing I was going to bring up. Yeah, there was a customer from McDonald's. They ordered, this was in Greensburg. I think this was, a customer had ordered, this was in Greensburg. A customer had ordered, or what was it? They ordered it was their shake machine was down. Their shake and smoothie machine, they were all of them together, they were down. So a customer ordered shakes. So I said, this was McDonald's. They said that their shake machine was down and their other machines were down too. They said their machines were not working. They could get soft drinks, they could whatever. So then I text the customer. It took them a while to answer. Then finally, I want a banana smoothie. And I had to laugh, and I said to them, did you not read my message? That you can only get soft drinks or some other kind of drink that doesn't involve a machine that mixes. Did you not get that message? And then they didn't respond, so I told them, so they ended up not getting a drink. It was already refunded. I told them DoorDash has already refunded you. So you're not going to get a drink. I was like, are some people that can't understand, you send them a message, okay, their machine's down. You can't make smoothies. You can't make shakes. Their machine's down. They ordered shakes at first. They say, I want a smoothie now. It doesn't work. Then you don't respond after that. Finally! We have an Uber and it's $8. Yeah. All right.
Head to your pickup at Cracker Barrel Old Country Store.
Okay, wait, before I turn that down, we're going to shut DoorDash down. So DoorDash is done, so we're going to end the dash on that one. We got $30 for that DoorDash, so now Uber is in charge here.
Head to your pickup at Cracker Barrel Old Country Store, 1898 North Morristown Road.
Yay, we get our first Uber at the last second. Yeah. Yeah. Indy would say, yeah, it's Carson Edwards hitting a big 3-pointer at halftime. because they had Carson Edwards was one of the greatest 3-point shooters of all time. And if I'm not mistaken, I think he has the Big Ten record for the most 3-pointers hit. But he was unstoppable, just like Caitlin. It didn't matter where he was on the court, he would make those shots. Always to go to in clutch times, because he went on a tear during that tournament where they got to the championship game. Only UConn played better. It's just Purdue had a really good team at that time, but I think UConn had a better team. Yeah, it's getting pretty close to hitting that car right there. I think he knows it too. Yeah, he wasn't supposed to be out that far. You complained and Uber gave you... No, I wasn't really... It's not like I was trying to complain. I said I was surprised they hadn't given me an order. Yeah. Because I saw all those utensil things lit up, and yet I'm not getting an order. You know, they're supposedly say if you have if you have an acceptance rate, in the 60s and 70s, and you're a platinum in there, you're supposed to get some more priority orders. It just didn't look that way. And I just thought, why are you waiting so long to give me, an order here? Because I've been wanting to do dirty stacks. I want to be in the giving mood to be able to give something to somebody. That's why I love putting Uber and DoorDash together, so I can do that. Yeah. I called a form of complaint when Uber was too quiet. Yeah. I was just glad to get it, even if it was at the last minute. I was glad to get it. I was extremely glad to pick it up. Now, will this be a string of them? I don't know, but it certainly would be nice.
In 2 miles, take right exit 113 onto Indiana 9 track.
98, at the, going into round 3 certainly sounds better than 90 does, don't you think? Only one order of the entire day was less than $7. And that was that shopping order from Dollar General in Greensburg. Everything else has been $7 or more, including this Uber. You see, what we do with this, Queen, is it's called respecting your opponent. Because you know that Purdue and Indiana are rivals, right? That's the reason why Indy likes to tease me a lot and say all that stuff, because he knows he wants Indiana and Purdue in the championship game. That's why he didn't want Ohio State to win, to beat Rutgers, was because he wanted the 4 seed and the 1 seed to go together, and the 2 seed and the 3 seed to battle each other. But because Ohio State beat Rutgers, then the 1 seed has to challenge the 6 seed first.
Take right exit 113 onto Indiana 9 track, then keep right.
That's what the teasing was all about. He wants Purdue and Indiana to go, to battle, and it would have been nice to see that. I mean, Rutgers came close, but they were 4 short. I mean, that was a great run they did during that second part. Lots of Ubers, but 4 short. But Ohio State's a tough team. Okay.
Using the right lane, turn right, then make a sharp right turn on North Morristown Road.
Yep, that's what I need to do. Cracker Barrel. Yep, our first Uber. Yeah, when I said, well, it's about time, and it certainly was.
Pick up.
All right. All right, I'll be right back. can be slow with orders in there, but that's okay. Yeah, all right. Cracker Barrel. All right. Okay, order verified. They say they got everything. Okay. Oh, okay. Right over there towards Kroger. Oh, that'll work. All right. How's it going, Indy? This will be 98. You guys at 98. Yeah, so that's a pretty good start. Yeah, 98 going into tonight. But like I said, you guys can pretty much do whatever you want. You got in by their disqualification, so I mean, you pretty much can do whatever you want. So just enjoy it while you can. I mean, you've had any Purdue orders today. Only one was less than $7, and that was a shopping order, and that was $5. So you have not had an order any less than $5. So your team is doing really good.
In a quarter mile, turn left toward I-74 East using the left lane.
So you should be pretty proud of your team right now. But Indy, I don't know if you saw that post that I put out, about Pete saying he was going to use his sledgehammer when it comes time to playing the Lions. The Lions, the Lions said something to him. I said, oh, I don't think Indy's going to like that too much.
Turn left toward I-74 East.
Yeah, the response to Pete and his sledgehammer, the Lion said something, and Indy's not going to like that. I wonder, see what kind of response Indy's going to have to that. Hour and a half time to get up and start again. Yep. Yeah, if you haven't seen that posting, you got to check it. I want to see what comment you get on that. Because like I said, it's time, when you get to this point, in the Big Ten, they trash talk each other when it comes to competition, especially the higher up you go. Because Brutus wants revenge on Indiana for the Indiana winning the Big Ten tournament. That's what that's all about. So yeah, you have to check that out if you haven't. Yeah.
In 2 miles, take right exit 116 onto Indiana 9 track toward Indiana 44.
But yeah, I mean, it's 98 is pretty good to go into the Sunday night with. And now that Uber finally responded after being so, it's almost like they were asleep all day. But finally at the last minute, okay, well, I guess we'll go ahead and give you one. Yeah, we'll wait till the last minute. We'll go ahead and give you one, and we'll put them at $98. And I was like, okay, as long as you give it to me, that's all I care about. Faster than 71, I see. I know it's the fast lane, but I think you're going 20 miles over what you're supposed to. That's what it's looking like.
In a half mile, take right exit 116 onto Indiana 9 track toward Indiana 44 using the right lane.
Sometimes you have to clear. Oh, I already did that. Yeah, I do that from now on when I start.
Take right exit 116 onto Indiana 9 track toward Indiana.
Yeah, I clear the cash out and do all that, and
in a quarter mile, turn
and
left
then
on
restart the phone. That's what you're supposed to do. I do that with DoorDash, and I do that with them. But see, the thing is today, especially with DoorDash, there's peak pay today. And if there's peak pay, then every dasher in the city is out here. So that's why DoorDash is slow, is because we got peak pay going on.
Turn left on East State Road 44.
I think it's $2 here, if I'm not mistaken. I think it is. It was $1.50 in. It was $1.50 peak pay in Greensburg earlier. So. Yeah, it thinks you just started again. Yeah, well, I already did that. Yeah, I do that all the time. I try to clear out the DoorDash cache and clear out the Uber cache too, so that you do that. But as long as they do going here ready to get Spark, okay. That's what I want next year is to have Spark and have 3 different apps to do the contest with Spark. That is definitely what I want. Okay, how are you telling me to get there? I'm just curious. You're telling me to go to Michigan Road. That's what I thought. It's kind of going out of the way a little bit, but. I think it'd be faster if I go this way down here. Like I said, this map here I think is old school. It tries to make you go the long way. And see, now they're on an on-time rate too. They decided to play follow the leader on the on-time rate the same way that that DoorDash does. And that, yeah, I don't like it either way. Because there's just some things you can help and some things you can't when it comes to your on-time rate.
Turn right on Marketplace Boulevard.
Okay.
In a quarter-mile, turn right on East Michigan Road.
I didn't do bad right there on Spark. You need catering. There's a C catering orders all the time. I said, yeah, what, like deliver that or deliver or whatever they have on there now? I've heard heard a lot of not so good things about those apps though.
In a quarter-mile, turn left on Serena Road.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on Spark anyway. It's been a while. I mean, especially for this guy that I talked to on, that drives for DoorDash. It took him 3.5 years to get on Instacart. I'm hoping it doesn't take me that long to get on Spark. I mean, that is just too long a time. 3.5 years to get on Spark. That's crazy. Happy bro, you love USA, Indiana. Thank you. Appreciate that, Happy bro. Thank you for joining. Appreciate it. And we're going way down here. Visit each year. All right. You come here for the race, or you just come here to be better? Hey, Dewey, welcome in. Appreciate you joining. Yeah. As a matter of fact, this order that I'm taking is for a Dewey. So. Family visit. Okay. Yeah, family first anymore, especially with the uncertain times we're going through right now. Family first. I think family has got to be first and foremost here, especially right now.
Turn left on Balto Drive, then drop off.
Okay. All right, how far down? Not too far. It's on the left.
Drop off.
Okay. This one right here. Wonder if that's a dasher that left something on the porch or is one that's going to. Okay. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, very good. Feel cool while you're driving. Weekend communications with family. All right. Yep. Family's an important thing right now because with the uncertainties that we're dealing with at this point, you really got to consider our loved ones and our ones that are part of our family, because who knows what could be happening in the upcoming months. I mean, look at all the crazy stuff that has happened already this year. Weather-wise, number one. Some other things, decisions that were made. And now the rising of gas prices and other things on account of certain decisions, which I won't go into, pretty self-explanatory. The uncertainty is there, and that's why we got to take the time right now. And if you have not prepared, like I suggested during the end of the year dash with USC or the beginning of the year dash with Illinois, about preparing for the unknown, because everything right now is unknown. If you haven't done it yet and may have had to go through some stuff because you didn't prepare before, now's the time. Now's the time to prepare like you've never prepared before, because you do not know what's going to happen anytime within the next several months. You can be prepared for anything, especially with finances, especially with family arrangements, things of that nature. You got to do it. You got to do it. And if you're thinking about making decisions to where you think that the grass is greener on the other side, well, my suggestion, think again. Because this isn't the time to be doing that kind of thing. This is the time to reunite with your family. Whatever issues may be going on that might make you thinking to do that, consider maybe finding ways to bring back what you already have. Something that you connected with because that person was in your life, was directed to be in your life at some point. You just didn't meet that person by chance. Did that person bring you excitement? Of course they did. Otherwise you wouldn't be with them. Don't do something dumb and hurt them. because you're not going to like the outcome. As I said earlier, again, my former did that and didn't like the outcome. I'm not saying this to tell anybody what to do or anything, but I'm just making a suggestion that with these uncertain times, you don't know what's going to happen in the next few months, and don't get yourself caught with your hand in the cookie jar. That's all I'm saying. Get yourself right. So if they hurt you, I don't think that I should not be with them. If that person hurt you or did something on there, I mean, I'm not saying that. You know, if reconciling is your thing, you know, I said I would definitely suggest that. But I'm just saying to those that think that they can do that and think it's, you know, that think that it's okay. Sure, I mean, if that other person wants to, you know, you be on the forgiving end, I mean, you know, more power to that person that wants to do it. But there are those that say, well, we can forgive, but forgetting is another story, and yes, it is. But you don't hold on to that bitterness. And Ma Dukes was trying to tell me about that earlier when I was telling the story. She probably thought there was a little bit still there. And maybe she was right, maybe there was. So I had to release that. And release that to everyone that was on the live at that time. Because that's what you got to have, that's what you have to do. And it's not an easy thing to do, guys. It's not an easy thing to do. It's not easy to forgive, because that's something that's going to be essential. That's why I asked the question on there, and you'll have time to answer the question even on the replay, and post your answer in the comments. Was there a time that you made a decision, or a decision was made for you, that if you were able to take a trip into that train, and Doc Brown was the conductor of that train, and he asked you what year do you want to go back to? Not necessarily to relive that moment, but tell your younger self before that moment even happened, what would you do differently? What would you tell your younger self not to do or to be careful of? What would you tell your younger self? That's something to think about. Because I think it's a question that I think everybody at some point should answer. Because everybody's got something that happened. And if you find a way to forgive, like with this book right here, I'll have to show it to you this way. Yeah, it's backwards, but it's called Redeeming Your Timeline. That book will tell you how you can do that. Because forgiveness isn't easy, forgetting isn't easy. But I'm only telling you this because I don't want to see too many people suffer because of a decision that they think that they're going to make, or one that they made in the past that they still have resentment for and can't forgive. Forgiveness is essential right now, because with the uncertainty that's going on, guys, you may not get that chance again. Sorry to hear that, Sandra. I did not know that. And I know it's going to be hard to forgive that, Sandra, but you're going to have to at some point. If you haven't already, please do. It'll make you a better person. Whether that person, forgives you or whatever, they have to deal with that at a later time. But that's why I'm saying this is the time to forgive, and the time to really get your families together, your finances and everything, because we don't know what tomorrow's going to bring. And for some people, are they even going to have it tomorrow? Because a lot of celebrities found out last year they didn't. So the time is now to prepare. It's not to scare anybody. It's just to say, we need to do better. Okay, we're going to resume this dash later tonight and see what Purdue does. Hopefully Uber will be a part of it. So Until later tonight, guys, I will see you in the future. And remember, we're all in this together.